Good evening. I call this meeting to order pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 and as amended as of March 28, 2025. This meeting will be conducted in person and as a courtesy via remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance and/or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public and board members, the meeting/hearing will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast unless required by law. This meeting will be recorded by the local scene. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so by viewing the Duxbury government access channels, which are Verizon 39 or Comcast 9. Viewers can visit the localscene.media/Duxbury for information about Duxbury programming, including streaming and watching replays on Duxbury YouTube. And our first order of business, originally scheduled for 5:30, is an executive session for collective bargaining. Specifically, executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining, since an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating and bargaining position of the town. Duxbury DPW employees AFCME 93 Local 1700, Duxbury Permanent Fire Association IAFF Local 2167, Duxbury Free Library employees SEIU Local 888, Duxbury Police Union MCOP Local 376B, Duxbury Police Commanders Association, MCOP Local 376, Public Safety Dispatchers, MCOP Local 376A. And before I open the floor to Council Russell Dupre, I will entertain a motion to enter executive session.
I move we go into executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining, since an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating and bargaining position of the town. Duxbury DPW employees AFSCME 93 Local 1700, Duxbury Permanent Fire Association LAFF Local 2167, Duxbury Free Library employees SEIU Local 888, Duxbury Police Union MCOP Local 376B, Duxbury Police Commanders Association MCOP Local 376, Public Safety Dispatchers MCOP Local 376A, and that the Select Board reconvene in open session on or about 6:30 p.m.
Second.
As chair, I declare the necessity for an executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining, as to do so in an open session may have a detrimental effect on the town's bargaining and negotiating position. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
We have a second. Call the roll, starting with Mike.
Roll call. Michael? Aye.
Yeah.
It's reading the script.
Brian, aye. Okay, we are in executive session. We will disconnect from broadcast, but we will come back at approximately 6:30 p.m. for our regular business.
Oh, I see.
Okay, we are back in open session. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Thank you, Jeannie.
All right, do we have any more folks outside?
Thank you.
What's the draw tonight? Are we back on?
We are back on.
I don't know what the draw is.
Come on in, folks. I'm going to keep going with our business.
Let's see, where are we?
You got the new agenda, right?
Packet number 1.
All right, looks like we've got everybody.
Sorry to hear that.
We've just finished executive session. We are back in open session. Next item on our agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and join.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next is open forum. Anything from the board? Cindy?
Yeah. Just to draw attention to there'll be a stakeholders meeting for all the abutters of the Upper Bluefish River about that study on December 18th, 5:30 here in this room. Any questions, you can contact our town planner, Matt Hines. And the second thing, I had heard from somebody that had concerns about the e-bikes and e-dirt bikes. Plymouth is struggling with it right now in their select board. And I'd like to maybe put it on a future agenda for discussion. I don't know offhand who would lead it, but I think we have an issue in town, as do all towns. And so I think it's something that we should probably talk about.
Okay, thank you. E-bikes. Anyone else? Open forum. I have 2 items. One, I stopped by Jaycox over the weekend. Terrific job to the Conservation Commission. The place was packed. I presume the receipts were good. I saw a lot of trees on roofs, so congratulations to Concom and the volunteers for making that happen. Also, and Brainy, I believe you'll be touching upon this during Town Manager's report. Last open forum, I had mentioned the Woodbridge issue, the Dr. Tingley matter. Over this past week, Rainey and I, the DPW director, Alicia Babcock, and Frank Geisel had met to talk more about the details of what was being requested in terms of a study for a Woodbridge, and I'll defer to Rainey on that. But the short answer is there will be nothing going forward with a Woodbridge at this time due to the state's position of not entertaining anything in the way of wood in the water. Rainey will talk about that. Anything from the public for open forum? Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself to us and use the mic so folks at home can hear you.
Thank you. Stanley Wheatley, 1548 Tremont Street. It may have already come to your attention that I filed a citizen's petition to lower the speed limit to 25 miles an hour on the part of Tremont Street that runs from Cox Corner to the Duxbury Marshfield Town Line. It was always my intention to come to the board first with that, and the only reason I filed that petition was I was caught unawares that there was a 3.5-month lead time up to town meeting. But what I would like to do tonight is get the matter on the agenda for a discussion and a vote, because you have the power in this room to make that change. And I would rather do it that way than deal with a town meeting.
Can I make a suggestion? I know we're not meant to make a suggestion, but I strongly recommend that you go to the Highway and Safety Committee to present your case to them. And if they're supportive, then they will come with you to the select board and make that request. I think that's the normal process that we follow. I should have mentioned it to you the other day when we met at the town clerk's office.
Right. I have been dealing with the Highway Safety Committee for several months now.
Okay.
And with some good results. With their help, DPW did the infrared repair to the step seam on that section, which has been a big improvement. With their help, DPW moved the speed limit sign to the actual town line instead of 200 feet south where it had been for years. But the speeding problem is still endemic. I kind of think I've reached the end of what the Traffic Safety Committee can do. If this was put on the agenda, for discussion and vote, they would know about it, and if they wanted to weigh in, they could. I don't think they oppose it, but I don't know that they're strongly in favor of it either.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Go right ahead, Mr. Town Manager.
Thanks. We did receive the article. We have it listed, it'll be listed in the warrant, but that's not the mechanism for approval for reducing a speed limit or increasing one. As Fernando said, it starts with the Highway Safety Committee, and then from that point, it comes to the board for their vote and authorization.
Well, I've already been to the Highway Safety Committee. I mean, I can go back again and ask them for...
That's what you should do.
Yes.
Ask them for a recommendation, and if they agree with you, then they'll bring it to the board and come in here and make their case, and the board will then weigh in on it, because that's how it gets approved, not through town meeting.
Okay. No, I know that's the ordinary course. And as I said, the only reason I did the citizens petition was I was shocked to see that you have to get those in 3.5 months before the meeting. So.
But there's nothing that prohibits a citizen petition for a reduction in speed limit to go before town meeting.
Nope, it would simply be a, what's it called, something of the sort of the opinion of the meeting.
Yeah, the opinion.
Right.
It will not change the speed limit.
But as part of that process, this board does hear all applicants for citizen petitions.
Oh, sure.
There's
Every article.
public
You review them all.
meeting. So that,
Yep.
if the petitioner is asking for an audience of this board by submitting his citizen petition, he in fact will get that eventually. Is
Yep,
what I'm
probably
trying to
in
say.
January or
As part
February.
of that process.
But it'd be really good if the Highway Safety Committee
Agreed,
said.
Yeah.
agreed.
Well, but I
like
think,
it.
I think what I'm hearing, though, it's
Yep.
not a speed limit issue, it's an enforcement issue, right?
Well, you could look at it that way, but honestly, the town, we've been in conversations with the chief of police, and they just don't have the resources to do the enforcement there. What we're really hoping to achieve is, it's posted 30 now. People are doing nearly 40 on average, in some cases more than 40. For reasons that we don't need to get into tonight, it's a very dangerous situation. And you may recall my pitch earlier this year about the tortious nuisance being generated by the beach projects. The speed makes that much worse. For all of those reasons, I think the best approach that we could take as a town is just to post a lower speed limit and figure that, if people drive 10 miles an hour over the posted limit, at least that way, it'll get the speed down to 35 miles an hour. Because the police just are not in a position to enforce it, from what I've seen.
139.
It's 139, isn't 139 a state road? As is 3A. Both
That
of
I
them
don't
are
know, but we're
governed by
getting
the
into the
state.
discussion.
Yeah, we'll pick this up.
Yep.
Pick this up. All right, thank you.
All right, I'll go that route. That's fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else for open
Amy, I'll
forum?
find out.
Yes, sir, Wendell. We know who you are, but if you can introduce
Sir
yourself.
Wendell? What? Yeah.
Hi, Wendell. Good evening, Wendell Surrey,
Wendell.
Bay Ridge Lane, and Chair of the Alternative Energy Committee. So a little public service announcement, just to let you know, the status report. So we are now a community choice community.
Thank you.
And, so as of the beginning of this month, so the metering is now going to be done to reflect the rates that we chose. And so the first bills that will show that will be in January. And so I just make myself available to see if you have any questions about that. I will tell you one bit of, this is not set in stone yet, but Eversource has presented to DPW a price increase request of about 0.5 cent per kilowatt hour, which doesn't seem like a whole lot, but if you say, okay, we're a community that where the average usage is about 952 kilowatts hour per month,
that could be significant. So again, that hasn't been approved yet, but that rate can go up. We are just sitting pretty, say, see you later. And so the other thing is that I appreciate the fact that the town and Nancy O'Connor, I really have to single her out because she's been very good in getting information about the website. And we've had a discussion that nonetheless, we think that the town website is a little creaky, I would have to say. So
Creaky.
I would say that in people who really want to access this Colonial Power Duxbury page, it's very, very difficult. And so there was an attempt to get that link right there on the opening page, but doesn't really get you there. So, yeah, I don't know how you can resolve that. I mean, the committee suggests, hey, get somebody part-time who could just once a week come in and just clean up the website and make it a little more, user-friendly. So, all right, so that's it for this section. Did you have any questions?
Any questions for Wendell? Thank you for
Just thank you,
continued hard
Wendell.
work for everybody,
you.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else for open forum. Is anybody online?
Alicia,
Oh, Alicia, okay.
Hi, Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. Sorry. I just wanted to come today because last week I had mentioned that there was a possibility that we would be able to discuss the Tingley inspection at a future board meeting. And I know Brian mentioned that we did meet, and we're really, really grateful to have had that opportunity. We met for quite a long time and discussed pretty thoroughly different avenues. And we understand what DOT came back and said, but we were not surprised by that response. And so I am here tonight to request that there could be reconsideration from the board to put this on a future agenda to be discussed and possibly reconsidered. We are hoping that the town will reconsider our gift to have this privately funded and have the information available to the town. It seemed last week like there was an appetite for that, but because of the response, I'm concerned that the opportunity for that information might not be available. And we feel that the DOT's response is expected in the sense that, they specialize in different types of structures. They specialize in steel and concrete. And from what we can tell, there is no timber expert at the DOT or with SGH to advise or make recommendations or assess cost to the option that many people in town would like to know about. And we're aware that there still may be a large enough contingency of people that want the DOT option, but we feel that there is a great interest in having the information to keep the bridge wood. We know that it can be done faster, cheaper. In a marine environment, wood is a preferred material, and it would be the bridge would not. We would not need to close the bridge for 5+ years to do construction. It would be done in months in comparison. So we are. So I am asking if you could kindly reconsider and at least have a discussion about it. And then the only other thing I'd like to say is that in addition to my request for reconsideration, I would also, in the spirit of the peace plan that the board accepted last week and endorsed, that there also be some consideration to having more public input on this topic, since it's such an emotional topic for many. Maybe there would be possibly a warrant article or some kind of vote or some sort of large group opportunity to gain the input of the people in town. That there's still a lot of people that really don't even know what's going on. And so I think that in light of what the peace plan says in terms of citizen engagement and citizens feeling vested in outcomes and promoting peace in the community and conscious integration into the fabric on how we make decisions in town and how we implement policy, I would again request that we solicit the opinion of people in town and also consider having this item on a future agenda so we could discuss it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see anyone else, so we'll move to our next item, which is update, discussion, and possible vote on McNeil Landfill Capping Project. This will be presented by Sean Healy and our DPW Director, Sheila Scarzi.
I think we have them, but
Is that this?
We've got the
Okay.
slides,
All right,
yeah.
perfect. Great, thank you.
You got that, okay.
anybody else wants them?
No, we got them.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for our record.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Sean Healy. I'm an LSP with Weston and Sampson and the project manager on the McNeil Dump project. And I have with me Lee Koska, who is the lead PE designing the cap, or the future cap for the project. So we just wanted to give you an update from the October 20th meeting that Lee led. I was not able to attend that meeting, so we have some additional information that came in. So I just wanted to kind of recap what we talked about at the October 20th meeting, and then get into the new information, and then I'll hand it over to Lee, and he can talk about some options for the capping scenarios. All right, so in the October meeting, the update meeting, we discussed potential options for filling the site prior to capping in order to achieve grades for future use. There were multiple preliminary grading plans that were presented for discussion purposes, and we also discussed potential options for the use of different types of fill at the site. We have some new information that came in from Conservation Commission since that meeting. They took a look at some of the options that we presented, that Lee presented in some plans, and they gave us a memorandum relative to their thoughts on some of those options. And I just kind of highlighted here what their thoughts were and their findings were. So their findings were we don't want to do any filling or replication of the wetland area. There's an isolated wetland area that's adjacent to the McNeil dump, and the previous options indicated that, you know, if we could fill that area, we could bring in more soil and create a more uniform cap to kind of tie into the adjacent landfill. That's no longer an option. That won't be supported by Concom. They also gave us an opinion relative to surface water retention areas. We had some potential options that showed some of those surface water retention areas for the future cap on conservation land next door. That will not be an option, so you'll see in these additional revised options that those are going to be pulled back onto the town property, the municipal landfill property. And then they also had a decision, ultimately their decision reduced the future reuse area and the extent of fill that will be required to cap the site, or to raise the elevation and then cap the site. So because of that, we have some revised options that Lee is going to go over, and I'm going to hand it over to Lee, and we have two options that he'll discuss. And we also have, this is kind of hard to read from where you are. We have the boards, and we could just hand these to you, or?
Well, I think we have them right here.
Oh, you got a good.
Yeah,
we got it. Thank you.
So I'll just leave these right here.
Yeah.
That is option 2 and option 1.
All right, well, thank you, Sean. So as Sean
Before you
mentioned,
begin, will you be, as part of your discussion, talking about how you narrowed it down to these two options?
yes.
Okay. Go right
so,
ahead.
Based on the feedback from the Conservation Commission, as well as some of the preliminary, discussion that we had the last time I was here in October, we're basically looking at a scenario with much less fill being brought into the site. The intent is now to basically make a flat level area suitable for various future reuse options, and the real question is what elevation should that final surface basically be held at. So under this option 1, there is a 1.5% slope. Oh, can we go back one? Yeah. We have a 1.5% slope going over towards the wetland area, but I'll note that this is basically the minimum option for fill. The site will be at a lower grade than the road. It's about a 5-6 foot drop to then your flat plateau that extends back through the property towards the wetland. Under this scenario, you'd be looking at approximately 20,000 cubic yards of fill, and that's going to be needed here to at least give you a nice flat workable area to make the grades work for stormwater and things along those lines. So some amount of filling will be needed, but this is essentially the minimum option, still keeping the vast majority of the site at a lower grade than the surrounding road. You'll notice the 2 stormwater basins that Sean mentioned have been pulled back to within the limits of the McNeil dump property, or just extending over into the adjacent parcel, which is the location of the transfer station and existing sanitary landfill. One other thing that I'll note is you can see in the kind of top right area there's a potential DPW storage area. Under the current design, that falls outside of the limits of the cap, but we would be proposing to regrade that to essentially flatten it out and expand the amount of usable space for either storage or other options in the future.
Lee, help me with the lines.
Okay,
All right,
so
there's a lot of lines here, and
Yeah.
so basically, to the south, right, there's the blue line, and then it is all hatched with red to looks like a purple line.
Yep.
So what's going on there? Explain to me what's going on within that area there, please.
So the light blue line as shown is the current limits of waste. What we would be proposing to do is excavate out kind of the red hatched area.
Okay.
You can see around that southern area,
Yep.
pulling it back to that blue or purple line.
Yep.
And that would be the limits of the new cap. So the cap would be smaller in area than the full size of the parcel, and basically that's reflecting that all of the waste is being dug out of those adjacent parcels or the edges of the property and pulled back into one consolidated smaller area.
Okay, so the blue line, and then the blue and kind of red line, then that's the extent of the fill, right?
So the red line is the overall limits of work.
Right, okay.
One thing I'll note on that, you can see it extends onto the slope of the existing landfill. That is to address a small area of that landfill that ultimately was not capped back in the 1990s. So there will be some work done there, but we're at this point proposing pretty much minor grading and installation of a modern cap over that limited area that was not previously capped. So that's the only work happening.
That's a red rectangular piece on the top left-hand
Correct,
corner.
yes.
Okay.
And then otherwise, the black are just the boundaries of the various parcels.
Right.
So some of the waste is located on private residence on Heritage Lane. So
Yeah.
that waste will be, scooped back and put back into the, area of work limit.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
And do we have approval, or what's the process for getting, because then on 78 Heritage Lane, and 68 and 66, there'll be heavy equipment, I suppose, on their property. How does that work?
So approval will be needed from the property owners.
Right.
There's I'll say an incentive in a way, to allow that work because it is removing the waste from their property.
Right.
And replacing it with new clean fill with
Clean fill.
restoration. But then also that will all be subject to permitting through Mass DEP as we move through the design
Right.
process.
I presume this will require, I presume there's trees and,
There will be tree clearing required on the entirety of, the work area. To the extent that we can limit it to keep trees in place, we will.
Yeah.
But you are correct, there will be tree removal required. And I'll note that that's going to be a requirement of DEP as well.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they want all of the waste removed, peeled back, and capped.
Okay.
So, yeah, some
All right.
trees unfortunately will be removed.
okay, thank you.
Cindy, go right ahead.
Yeah. What is that, again, in the bottom, in that red hatched area, what is that little double line there that looks like I don't know what it looks like.
The access road?
Access road.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
an access
access
road?
road
Oh,
down
okay.
in the south, just to allow for maintenance of the rear
Okay.
stormwater basin.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
You mentioned negotiating the plan with the DEP. Do you foresee any changes to this plan for additional remediation or anything like that that could cost the taxpayers more money here?
Nothing significant. I'll note that this is around a 10 to 20% level plan. We need to get it to a 60% level to get through the full permitting process. So this will be further refined, but the general concepts shown here will carry forward. It'll be minor changes to grading, the size of the basins, locations, things like that. But overall, the scheme as presented, would be carried forward to the greatest extent possible through that permitting process.
So you're not foreseeing any kind of wells or anything to remediate anything if you come upon, okay. I'll stop.
And
Thank
Lee,
you.
what do you anticipate the finished grade to be on the private properties, 71, 68, and 66? Because I see the proposed finished grade on option 1 looks to be between 64 and 70. How far are we coming up from the property? Is that 50, 60?
So at
in
the
there?
roadway, we are at about 78 down to 75. The elevation at the property edge varies, and I'll note that our survey did not extend all the way onto those properties within the full limits of waste. So we're doing this based on LiDAR currently. We will be, as part of a future phase of this, getting full survey of everything so that the contours can be verified. But the intent would be to essentially grade that back at an even slope towards the adjacent properties to avoid, hills and valleys and everything like
Well,
that.
yeah, not only that, but just the, how much this capped landfill would dominate behind the homes.
Right.
So that's something we need to take into consideration as
It
well.
would be at a lower elevation than the abutting properties. So it would slope down towards the landfill, meaning you wouldn't have a view of it from the properties along Heritage Lane. Ultimately, it would go down rather than being a hill, as discussed in October, going up.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Amy.
so of the options that we're looking at, this is the least invasive, the least construction, the least disturbance, the least disruption.
Lowest amount of fill being brought in and lowest cost associated with that fill.
It's at least.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, next slide. I think we generally covered this. Do want to note that, you will have a flat area. Fortunately on mine, I can't read the exact acreage of that. I believe it's 4.1 acres. That could be used for, future beneficial uses, be it storage, athletic fields, jogging paths, just conservation. There are options available there.
You can't plant anything on it, right?
You can, as long as it goes through the proper process with DEP. Currently, as proposed, with just the cap, it's a grass cap.
Right, okay.
But there are options through the post-closure use process to do other things on the top of it. As an example, ball fields, that would have to go through a separate permit after, this design is completed, but that can be done. There are instances of other landfills where additional fill was brought in over the liner material, and you can have larger plantings than just grass. But in general, you want to try to avoid having large woody growth that could compromise the cap.
Okay. Yep.
On that, I'm sorry, one more question just on the use, the potential use. Would there be, other than planting things, use that would not be allowed? I know I had a email, and I think some of the board members saw this, and I know I talked to Rainey about it a little bit, but there was a good suggestion by a resident that maybe some of this property could be used as an expansion to the transfer station. That right now there's some, people get frustrated with it, so this could be added to that as, and again, I'm not in favor, I'm just throwing that out. Would that type of use be prohibited with this option?
In theory, any kind of occupied structure wouldn't be able to be sited within that blue limit. DEP wants waste to be removed from the footprint of any building. But other than that, in terms of storage areas or resident drop-off, that could probably be, accommodated here, but it would take further design and kind of vetting of that scenario.
Thank you.
Just one more. And how about something like a solar field?
Solar would also be a potential option that's been routinely used at landfills across the state. We'd have to take a look at the shading of the area from surrounding trees, but definitely something that could be at least further evaluated through the design process.
Okay.
All right, next slide. So in terms of cost, we're looking at approximate capping costs under either of the two scenarios I'll be presenting of just shy of $5 million. That's based on the overall acreage of the area. It includes things like the stormwater basins. The difference between option 1 and option 2 is that first line item for filling and grading. We'll be talking a little bit more about potential costs or options for saving, but assuming that native sand is brought in as the main grading and shaping material at $35 a cubic yard, you're looking at approximately $700,000 just for bringing in that soil, grading it, and placing it where it needs to be. I'll note too that these are preliminary costs based on the limited 10 to 20% design. They'll have to be further vetted as the design advances and it goes through permitting. But at least for a initial conceptual level, we can compare this one and the next option, which I'll be going into now. So next slide. Okay. Option 2 carries the roadway elevation back across the entire site. So the primary difference here is under the first option, there was a 5-6 foot drop along the road before you got to the level area. This brings it up to the roadway elevation and carries that all the way to the back of the site at about a 2% slope. Under this option, the amount of fill increases. To raise the site to roadway level, you need to bring in just over an additional 40,000 cubic yards of fill from the first option that we looked at. This does expand the usable area. It gets rid of the grade change immediately adjacent to the road. But otherwise, the limits of the cap are the same. The overall configuration of the site with the stormwater basins, access road, et cetera, that hasn't changed. The only real difference is we've taken the flat area and raised it up by about 5-6 feet. Next slide. Okay. Elevation here will be, meet the street level, which just generally makes the grading and access to the site easier. Under the potential post-closure uses, it gives you a little bit more area for either fields, solar, storage, what you will. And it makes generally the grading of all that with, say you needed parking if you had sports fields, and an access road just for the user traffic. It makes that a little bit easier to get in there just because you aren't dealing with that 5-6 foot grade change. All right, next slide. So under this, you can see that the cost of the filling materials has increased. We're at approximately $2.1 million with the same assumptions that went into the last one with regards to using native sand as that fill material. Next slide. So one thing that we've found in our conversations with various contractors is the current market for native fill is variable, and it will ultimately depend on kind of the timing of when this project is constructed. We've seen anywhere from $2 to $25 per cubic yard. I'll note in the previous slide we had said 35. That differential of $10 per cubic yard is to accommodate for actually moving the material around site and grading it out. But direct from the supplier, again, pretty wide range of $2 to $25 a cubic yard. We had previously discussed the options for COM97 soil or less than RCS1 soil. With the less than RCS1 soil option, we've seen more limited interests from contractors for that material. Ultimately, there are some logistic challenges on their end with the need to bring in a scale and just greater management and record keeping for the material that's needed. But that could, in theory, reduce the fill costs. The exact amount of that is somewhat unclear at this point, and as we indicate, ultimately it's going to come down to what we get for contractor bids. There's only so much precedent for this that can really be, incorporated at this preliminary design stage, but something to at least consider for moving forward. One potential solution here would be to ultimately structure the bid package such that you have two alternatives presented, one for bringing in the virgin material from a sand pit or otherwise, and one for bringing in the less than RCS1 soils, and then that decision can be made based on the actual bids that contractors submit for this. That was it for this slide, so next slide. Just wanted to reshare the overall design and permitting schedule. What we're hoping to get from the board is by the end of the year into January of 2026, just to get a sense on what elevation would be the preferred option to move forward with in the design and then future permitting with Mass DEP. At this point, we'd like to keep the option for less than RCS1 soils on the table under that bid alternative, but ultimately, we don't need an immediate decision on that. What we're looking for the answer for is what is our final elevation going to be that we carry across the site.
Can you remind us as to the classification of the soil?
Yes.
Is the RCS the really bad, or is the not so bad?
Not so bad. So the less than RCS1 soils needs to be tested, and it needs to be, I'll say, clean. It needs to meet residential standards. Ultimately, it can't be a remediation waste under the Massachusetts contingency plan. The only difference between that material and the, I'll call it native soil or virgin soil from a sand pit, is just that it has at one point possibly been disturbed and it's coming from a different construction site. Ultimately, chemically, we're going to require testing of both materials, regardless of which one's used. They're going to have the same acceptance criteria that the contractor will need to prove that the materials are clean before bringing them in. The only difference is just whether it's coming from a sand pit or from construction site anywhere across the state.
Are there any restrictions on the less than RCS soil?
It just needs to be below that RCS1 soil concentration, which is the reportable concentration for a residential scenario. So basically the stuff has to be at a low enough concentration that you'd be able to put it in your backyard without issues.
Thank you.
The difference between option 1 and option 2 is over $1 million. Can you tell me how much more usable property is achieved by option 2 than in option 1?
Yes, so ultimately, I mean, the main difference we have is just that area along the roadway. I want to say that you lose less than an acre under that option. I'd have to, double check all of the square footages for everything here, but can definitely get that information for you.
You said potential reuse area is 4.1 under option 1, and option 2 is 4.3, right? So 0.2 of an acre is a difference for $1 million.
So yeah, it's relatively
Expensive
minimal
acre.
in terms of the extra usable acreage, but I will note that that grade change, does cause some other logistical challenges down the road in terms of access roadways or otherwise through that northern part of the site, and potential use as, say, DPW storage area.
Right.
roadway.
Okay.
So you said you need some direction from us by the end of the year. That's this meeting and Monday. So what we have before us are two proposals. The difference, as Amy pointed out, $1 million for 0.2 acres and more of a level location. I guess my main concern is, given this is 4 effectively new acres in an important area in our town, we need to have some public dialogue as to what the town wants to see with this. So for example, if it's ball fields, there's no parking over there, so we'd have to count for parking on the site and what that would do for constraining what you can actually use for a ball field.
Yep.
And why I was asking about planting, so if we had, folks who want to walk their dogs, but you can't do it across the street at the cemetery because it's not allowed, can we do a dog park here? That's different, okay, then are we planting things? So those are the things that are jumping into my mind, but it's just the 5 of us, but it's the community's resource, and we're asking the community to pay for it. So I think there needs to be a greater dialogue than I think the 5 of us are prepared to give you today and Monday. Mike?
Yeah, I still don't think the community should pay for this. I want to, I hope, I know everybody's busy this time of year, but I hope that we're going to hear from KP Law soon.
You are right now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
here it is.
And I will stop my soapbox speech here because I want
It's all right.
to know what's going on.
So,
Setting apart the cost just for a second.
Well,
In
that would inform me on
In
this.
terms of use, because I think it would need to, there are lots of different things that could happen. It could be municipal use for the DPW, but how does that affect the neighbors? It could be recreational use. It could be solar panels. There's lots of options here.
But can recreational use occur with option 1 being sloped? I don't know. I think I have questions like that. If it was, if the community wanted to use it for ball fields with that slope that's proposed in option 1, is that conducive to ball fields? I don't know.
I thought we said we needed parking, but you can't park on this area because it has to be grass, right?
you need
The area
to
that
remember
you
the maintenance
could-
cost of baseball fields.
Right.
Cheap.
So you can utilize asphalt pavement as long as it's incorporated into the design.
Oh, okay.
And additionally, there's the area that we flagged as potential DPW storage.
Right.
That's outside the limits of waste in the cap, so parking would also certainly be an option there.
Okay.
In terms of the overall slope, I'm not a landscape architect. It is slightly higher than you would need, and so additional grading would need to be done when the fields themselves are built. But I'll note that's a separate permit with DEP that would happen after the landfill gets capped. So it wouldn't preclude that use, but there would have to be some additional, work done to ultimately build the ball fields.
Thank you. And Mike brought up a question about pursuing potential tortfeasors on the pollution in the first place. And Rainey, you have something to address?
Yeah,
on
I got a
that?
quick question though. So you got a 4-acre site, and if there's a slope that's what, 4 to 1? What is that slope?
Going back across the
Yeah.
entire, oh, you mean adjacent to the wetland?
Yeah.
3 to 1 once you get off of the plateau area.
So how many cubic yards of material would I need to level it to make it a baseball field at 4 acres?
Well, you're at a 2% slope from front to back. I can check the math on that. I don't have that number immediately handy.
Yeah.
But depending where that slope is, it could be a perfect solar field. So there's,
Right,
there's
because
so many
I just wanted to bring that up
variables.
because if you're going to build a baseball field, it's got to be level.
Yeah, we can definitely calculate that out for folks and circulate that around.
Right, and that doesn't take into account the cost of building the actual baseball field itself.
Correct,
Right.
And all the amenities that go with that.
correct.
Okay, and then there's the upkeep and maintenance of that. Anyways, thank you. To your question, several weeks ago, I sent Jeff Blake the entire package of information that we had on the McNeil dump, and he took a look at it, and the timing was perfect. He said, Rainey, this is what we have so far as owners that may be liable, that may have liability for the contamination at the above referenced location. The property owner the prior owner of the property was Duxbury Landfill Incorporated, who obtained title in 1986. The property was conveyed to them by William M. McNeil Jr., who got title presumably from his father, William McNeil, in 1964. McNeil began leasing the property to Duxbury Landfill Incorporated, though, in 1983. It looks like Mr. McNeil passed away, and then he sent me the link to his obituary. Duxbury Landfill Incorporated dissolved as a corporation in 2010. The town took title via tax lien foreclosure in 1997. The documents sent show a ZBA denial for the property on a petition filed by Lawrence Govani in 1966. However, I did not find any deed from McNeil to Govani in 1966 or before. Please let us know if you need to do any further research. And so I asked him, so based on what you've reviewed, who would the town be filing suit against? And Jeff replied, we would try to get everyone in the chain, but it seems that one is dead and the other dissolved. So he's not sure if we can go after the company's insurer.
So that is a little bit contrary to a summary that I received that had been done before when the McNeil dump had been studied, which showed that BFI at some point had ownership and then BFI was bought up by Waste Management. I think I sent you that synopsis as well as you, Rainey. Did you see that?
I have what I provided him, like I said, was the stack of information that we have on the title information in our office. So if there's additional information, I'm happy to send it on to Jeff and
I will send it to you.
have him look at it.
So the answer is we don't know.
Yeah.
Well, what I heard is probably not.
Well, no,
Exactly.
but if-
Probably not, based on what Jeff has
On
reviewed
Jeff,
so
in
far.
terms of his review, but if you have other information that may shed light as to
And potential insurers.
potential.
Sure.
I'm going to send it to you too, Nancy, so that you can distribute it to all the board members.
I think we owe it to folks that were asking for money for them
Of course. Yeah.
to pursue it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Does anybody have questions or comments, thoughts regarding Weston and Sampson's request of us this evening in terms of guidance for option one or option two?
I guess just how committal do we have to be to the sloping at this point before the end of the year? Or can changes be made if we change our mind, or if different fundings come through, or?
Yeah, absolutely, you can change your
Public
mind. Our goal was to have a pre-application meeting with Mass DEP around the beginning of February of next year. We'll need, a month or so before that to kind of advance design to a point to have that meeting. Worst case scenario, that meeting is pushed out, which just slows down the overall design timeline. One of the challenges with this project is just with the funding, which the current, and Rainey, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the current funding is good through the end of next year. So we're trying to essentially front load all of the permitting, design, and engineering work to the greatest extent possible due to that funding deadline from the federal program. So,
Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, Brian, from my perspective, it would take an awful lot for me to say option two is the better option because it's so much more expensive. And in trying to make a decision in my best way for the citizens of Duxbury, I would choose the option that is much less expensive, that we can still get some use out of.
Sure.
Now, as far as if we did that, we could then make it open to the community, say, well, what do you want to do with this now? We wouldn't necessarily decide, oh, we're going to do X instead of Y or Z. We could make that as a community forum and, decision-making. But there's a huge difference here in the potential amount.
Is that a hand?
Yes.
Right ahead.
I concur with Cindy's statement. Option one is less expensive. Any other, if we try and do other stuff, it costs more, right? Baseball fields, infrastructure, maintenance. There's a lot of money. We're going to be talking about the budget. We're going to be talking about the PFAS next. All this comes out of the residents' money. So in this case, let's go for the lowest cost option, and then figure out if the community wants to spend more money adding more stuff to it. But I would recommend keeping our cost as low as possible in light of other costs coming our way.
Mike?
Agree with all that, absent ideas and input from the community and potential sources of funding. Does the DEP maintain historical records on who has waste sites in the state?
In some cases, they do. Whether they have anything on file for this particular site, I don't know. Sean, I don't know if you have any additional information on that, but
not
we
too
can
old.
certainly submit a file request from them to at least see if they do have anything that the town may not already have a copy of.
Yeah, I would just add that, yeah, we did already do that as part of the preliminary assessment, and we obtained all the information that the DEP has, and they do have a limited file on the site.
So we don't know who had it back in the 70s and 60s.
I think what Rainey described in the
That came
attorney's
from
email is accurate, but I also remember, I'd have to go back to my records, but I do remember BFI being involved as
Right.
well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could be. Again, this is just limited to the stuff I had with regard to town permitting.
All right, anything else, Rainey?
That's all I got.
All right, anything else on the board? I
concur
I
with
agree,
what
and we need to get the job done one way or another, because we know this is an issue with PFAS, which we're going to talk about next. So the sooner we can cap this, the better. So I'm less concerned about having 0.2 acres for an extra $1 million.
Right.
So I don't know that we need a formal vote, but I think I've heard by acclamation, we're inclined to go with option one.
Option one.
All right, just to give these guys some guidance.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, option one,
Great.
and then the two bids, right? The soil and the what do you call it? RCK.
Less than RCS.
Right, there we go.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to keep accelerating this legal work, because I mean,
Yeah,
Agreed.
Katie just sent me the
Oh,
email,
sure.
so
Agreed, I
forward.
just
yeah,
saying,
whether it's
I-
a 93A or complaint in court, we got to get moving.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, next is, speaking of PFAS, update, discussion, and possible vote on PFAS projects, PFAS prioritization plan. This is presented by Brian Weiner, PE, of Ty and Bond, and Mark Cloud, our water and superintendent, along with Sheila Scarzi, our DPW director, and Candace Martin of the, which committee? I don't have it here.
Water and Sewer Advisory.
Water and Sewer Advisory, thank you, yeah.
Oh, dear.
All right.
What's this one? Here, too.
Good evening. Thank you
This
for
is-
having us here tonight.
Pass this one and-
So we have a brief presentation to provide a status update for the water quality improvements, which are some iron and manganese improvements, but mostly PFAS improvements are the driver of the project. Next slide, please. So we're the OPM for the DPW Water Department. Again, I'm Brian Weiner with Ty and Bond. So we've been with the project dating back to about end of last year into March is about when we started. So there's a pilot that's been underway for Depot Tremont and also for Damon Millbrook. The piloting commenced, we got permit approvals to conduct the pilots in May. There was pilot study work that started late June, July, and it wrapped up with the field work during the end of November. And so at this time, the consultants are in the process of preparing the pilot study reports, and those will get submitted to Mass DEP. We're expected to get approval starting in the winter into the spring to coincide with starting the design work. So we've had a small slip in schedule related to the pilot, but we're proceeding forward with the design, and hopefully the schedules catch up. There is a compliance deadline looming for the PFAS removal. So we touched upon the schedule, and then we'll also talk briefly about the sampling. So Lakeshore is not being used as one of the water supplies moving forward in terms of providing the source supply that we need, given the PFAS levels, as part of the prioritization plan that was started last year.
So is Lakeshore off?
No, it's currently in use, but the long-term plan, I'd let Mark talk more, but was to not use it, given the need for the PFAS removal, and we need the projects that are proposed with the Depot Tremont and Damon Millbrook to meet the demand. I don't know if there's a better way to explain it, Mark, but that's the summary. Is it wasn't part of the prioritization plan to meet the demand to continue
I
with
see.
Lakeshore.
Okay.
Could I just ask, and I apologize if I missed it, but you spoke about a slip in the schedule, and I know that, we as a board and as a town really went before a town meeting and collected funds kind of at the onset. We knew that we were faced with a problem. We don't usually do this, but we kind of convinced the town to, get money on board. We want to get out ahead of this. We had a schedule to try to address it and make sure that we were kind of ahead of the pack, if you will. Can you help me understand, why did we have the slip-in schedule?
The slip is mostly attributed to the piloting. Just it took longer to get approval, a little bit longer to do the work, but we're trying to make up the time with the design. And so we have some overlapping tasks to get back on track. It's not a large slippage, it's a few months.
Okay.
So
Is there any, the PFAS deadline, right, of the not to exceed 4 parts per million, that's set by the feds, right? The feds have set that. Has Mass DEP come up with any of their, have they made any statement? Have they said what their deadlines are, and what their, the Mass DEP set their own standards, which were greater previously than the federal government. Are Mass DOP going to do the same thing, or are they following the federal government in setting the maximum allowable limits?
Oh, great question. So Mass DEP has been following what the EPA has done, and so right now they're both at the same limit. Mass DEP has adopted the more stringent limits that EPA put in place. There's been talk of EPA possibly relaxing some of the limits, but Massachusetts is planning to stay with the more stringent limits that are currently in place. There's no talk of changing those limits. The only difference right now is the compliance deadline. So Massachusetts is April 2029, whereas the EPA is April 2031. And so there's a little bit of a fluctuation with the time. It's a little bit of a moving target. I know it seems like a ways out, but it's not as far as you think between going from planning to design through construction to meeting compliance. So it's a little bit of a moving target. Right now, the limits are the same for both the EPA and Massachusetts. EPA pushed back their time frame, whereas Massachusetts hasn't done so yet.
Okay.
There's a lot of communities that are in the same position you're in, that it's constantly changing, but we've, in my opinion, narrowed down to what the criteria is for the treatment, and then it's a matter of if the compliance deadline changes or pushes out. Right.
Okay. So have they publicly stated that the 4 parts per trillion? Is there a communique being presented?
There is.
Oh, there is.
It's,
Okay, good.
It's a published value.
It's a published value now. All right. Thank you.
I will say that, and I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but this is very confusing. I'm looking at a Rhode Island drinking water quality report today that came out citing that the EPA's PFAS limit is 20 parts per trillion for PFAS and PFOA. So that's what Rhode Island is going by. So I'm confused by all this, but again, just...
Yeah, so the PFAS 6, that's the combination of the 6 compounds, that's 20, that's correct. That's consistent with both Massachusetts and the EPA. The PFOA and PFOS of 4, those are, on a future slide, we list that, but
Okay, so
those
there's
numbers...
two different standards. So for
Yeah, they're two different
PFAS,
PFAS standards. One is PFOA and PFOS. Those are both 4, whereas the PFAS 6 is 20. And so that may be consistent with what you're looking at for Rhode Island.
They left that part out, but that's another conversation, but thank you.
No, Brian. So it is a little bit of a moving target in terminology, and it's been
Never heard of
evolving
PFAS.
over the past
6.
several years. Generally speaking, the states in New England are consistent with the standards.
Thank you.
Talked about there was some advanced planning with Mark and Sheila to install one of the raw water mains, and that was coordinated with another town project. So that was successful. It turns out to be a cheaper solution for the town. So we had some advanced planning for that. That's noted at the bottom of the slide.
What does that solve?
What it does, it allows us to run the raw water main from the well to the treatment plant through cross-country, not within the main roadway. So it's a lot cheaper to install where you're going through the woods and through open grass areas versus being in the street.
Yeah.
And so they did that up ahead of time to save the town money.
That was good thinking.
Yeah, no, it was great thinking. It was well thought out.
Yep.
Excellent.
Next slide, please. So this table has some numerical numbers, not a lot of items to focus on other than just the fact that Partridge, which had high PFAS levels, that's not being considered for use in the future. I believe it's off now. And then we previously talked about Lakeshore. That would no longer be part of the primary water supply. What this also shows is the compliance average and then the numerical average. So the way that they calculate it, if you have a value that's less than 4, you average in a 0 versus the actual number. So it's a little bit misleading the way that the numbers calculate. You just can't rely on that as you move forward. And so that's why you'll see some of the numbers look lower in the compliance average.
So I thought that that number was if it showed less than 2, then it was considered 0. But are you saying that if the testing is less than 4, it's considered 0?
Yeah.
That is the most misleading thing ever. If the standard or the limit is 4, so if it's either 4 or above, you're over the limit. But if it's 3.9, you're 0.
You are
Yeah.
correct.
Yep.
Help me.
You are correct.
You can see that with Damon 1 and 2, right? The numerical average is 4.2. However, the compliance average is only 2.3. Yep, agreed.
Can't get these numbers at all, so.
Yeah, it's a complicated way at looking at the data. The other thing, too, is that the detection limits are constantly changing. So, for example, something that in the methods and technology are constantly changing, so you're able to get to lower and lower numbers. I suspect over time that the way that this is measured might evolve also.
Is that why we see big differences in Partridge,
Yeah.
for example? It's going from 11.9 and then drops to 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is a testing methodology, so they're saying there's a 4 parts per trillion kind of error band. Is that what they're kind of saying, that so they don't count the zero? It counts as zero because...
From what I understand, it becomes a zero. It's based on the testing methods and the detection limits, and someone made an executive decision that
Right.
we can't count on that numerical number. It shouldn't be counted.
Okay.
Certainly beyond my expertise exactly why they made that decision, but that's the method they use.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So what this slide shows is some of the funding that's already been approved and in place. We've been doing the pilot study. It's approximately $400,000. There's OPM work that's listed there, which is our work scope at Ty and Bond. And so what the slide does is it lists out the available budget remaining towards engineering and consulting. And what we've come to the conclusion, looking at the numbers that were in the prioritization plan, is there's funding that's available in place to get started with this design, which would, I'll call it preliminary design, where we can advance it to a certain point, meaning us advance it to a point. This will come on a later slide. There's a request for qualifications for engineering services that's out right now. So that budget is available to advance that design service once someone is in place with a contract, but there will be a shortfall to get from preliminary design with what's available to get through final design. And so this identifies that there's an approximately 1.6 million shortage to get to final design. And it's important to, if it's possible, to keep the project moving forward to get through final design so that ultimately you can get to the next step and come up with your construction cost and narrow in the numbers better than that are available today.
Right.
The prioritization plan has numbers based on concept plans, but to really narrow in those numbers, really need to advance the design further beyond preliminary design and into final design to keep the program moving forward. And so that's noting there's a gap in the funding for the
Okay.
consulting to move that forward.
Randy, is that already on the?
Just
warrant?
noting, I'm sorry, I
Yeah, I was
interrupted you.
I was wondering if that was already on the warrant, if that's something that we're.
I think so. Did we talk about that? Then that means yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the 1.6, there'll be an article for 1.6 million at the March annual town meeting, right?
Yeah, did we do that as a standalone or capital?
We did it as a standalone.
Standalone.
Sorry.
That's all right. Randy can answer it through
Yeah,
his
Oh, yeah,
motion.
you
okay.
said standalone, right? Thank you. She nodded her head yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okey doke.
So Brian, the design itself, is this PFAS only, or is it PFAS and other things like iron manganese?
It's combined PFAS and iron and manganese. It's a complete treatment plant. So
Okay.
the existing infrastructure that's on these sites, it would, tie in and likely demo what's there today.
Can you speak up a little bit?
The existing infrastructure on the sites, we'd tie into it, and then most likely what's there, it would be 100% demo in replacement with the new facility.
Right. Okay.
A lot of the treatment you have today, it's older. Other than tying into it, it wouldn't remain, in my opinion.
Speaking of treatment, we heard earlier in our discussions, not tonight, but when we were talking about PFAS, the different types of treatment for PFAS that were evolving. One was filter, and then there was some talk about, I don't know, it was like lights or something. There was two or three different things I remember we talked about as potential options for the capture media. Can you bring us up to speed as to where the technology stands on that and what we're looking at in terms of our design?
Yeah, so the granular activated carbon, that's the most common filter media to use. That's the basis of the program that's been set up to date. That's the basis of the piloting, it's the most proven, it's the most common for all the projects that we're working on, especially in this area. I don't know the trends outside of New England as well, but all the projects I've had experience with, they've all moved forward with granular activated carbon, which is what the plan is here from others before we were involved, and we support moving forward in that manner. And that's how it was done with the piloting. There's other technologies. There's anion exchange. It's not as proven. There's certainly shortcomings to it, just like every technology. I don't have as much experience with it, but that's another option. It wasn't piloted. And then I've seen Fluorosorb as another media that's been used. That's more of I'll call it a natural media. It's also not proven, and we didn't pilot it. So we've done the granular activated carbon consistent with the prioritization plan and our experience, which lines up. I can answer other questions with it, but I do feel like you have the most appropriate filter media to use.
Mike?
Sorry.
Do you or Mark have any sense of why the partridge well dropped so significantly other than this methodology? Is there any?
Pumping.
Is it because it's not pumping?
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't been drawing as much because it's been offline, so we only turn it on and run it for the samples. Otherwise, it just sits off.
Yeah.
Keeping it as an active water source.
So it's not drawing, so it's.
No, I know. I have a lot of thoughts on this partridge well.
Could I, just on bouncing off of Brian's questions about the type of filtration, we also, I believe, considered, is all the water getting piped to one treatment facility and then piped back out, or are we having individual filtration at individual wells? I'm not sure where that ever ended up.
Yeah, so we have some combined systems. We're combining Depot and Tremont. The treatment plant would be at Tremont. And then Damon and Millbrook, those are a combined facility, whereas the treatment plant would be at Damon.
Okay, so we're going to have two facilities with water being pumped from the other wells to each of these facilities.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so Depot's going to go to the Tremont well via that
Right.
smart pipe that Sheila and Mark thought of doing.
Correct.
So, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and as the project moves forward with design, we could get more into technical details and decisions.
Okay. All right, what's needed from us this evening, or is this just for our information?
It's a status update, and then I know looking for direction to move forward with funding.
It certainly sounds like if we want to try and make the 2029 deadline, we need to get that 1.6 million approved at the March annual town meeting. That's my interpretation.
And is there any funding available through any grants or any assistance?
Yeah, so in terms of the design, I'm not aware of any. There is opportunity to recoup your design costs. For example, the SRF program, which allows for a lot of the drinking water, DWSRF. That's the most common way of funding these projects if your project qualifies and meets the criteria, and I can walk you through that process and the timeline. Unfortunately, there's no payment up front. You have to cover the design, and if your project did qualify, you can recoup the cost and include it in that loan. So the SRF program, it's a 0% loan, typically for the PFAS projects. There's a criteria to get priority ranking for your project, and so the timeline we're on, those applications are due in July. You typically hear back in March. They call it a draft IUP, intended use plan, and you find out where you rank and if your project, your community was selected. And then the final IUP that allows your project to move forward with a dollar amount assigned to it. That's normally in the April timeframe. And so I'd encourage applying for that funding in July. There's no guarantee that you will get selected, but that's the best approach that a lot of communities use for drinking water projects.
Can I just, is that the job of the OPM or is that the job of Mark Cloud to do that?
So it's
Who does that?
typically done by a
Sheila.
consultant to
Or
complete that
OPM?
filing, so
Additional
we could do it, or the new designer,
Candace.
or a combination of both of us.
Or Candace.
Yeah,
So basically, that's not your job then. I'm hearing that you will not, as the OPM.
We can do that. It's not currently our scope, but it's something we can certainly do, something we do regularly for other clients.
Is this
It's additional funding.
additional, okay, so Candace is busy waving her hand at the back.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Candace Martin, part of the PFAS working group.
Yeah.
Just wanted to point out that we already have filed the SRF for the depot plant, so trust me, if there's grants, I'm going to go after it.
Yay, that's just what we want to hear, Candace, thank you.
I don't know how much money is going to be available, but that was already submitted.
Okay.
Just wanted to point out why we're giving the update tonight, that while there was scheduled delays in doing the pilot testing, it was kind of out of our hands. It was availability of the subcontractor with the test equipment. The good news is all the testing is complete, so it won't hold up our design timeline. It will be very important. We had, going out for the RFQ on the design, we had about a month slip. So instead of getting the bids in November, we're now December. And the reason why that's important is that we need the contract to be negotiated and have a better idea of the design cost for annual town meeting. I don't want to say 1.6 unless we have something to back that up. So it's really important to meet these. The RFQs coming right through the holidays, so the people involved in that need to be forewarned that we'll need to make decisions by January and go forward with the contract negotiations. So the bids will come in, it's a qualification, but then they work to define the scopes of services and give a cost estimate. So that's needed. And it's also needed for them to start in February for us to be able to ask for the final construction costs at the town meeting in 2027. So we want them to have a full year of design completed so they can go out for bid, or at least develop a construction estimate based on 75% design. So that's why just wanted to keep the focus that the timeline's critical in order to meet the very end, but there's key milestones before then to meet.
Candace, you keep on saying them. Who is exactly them?
On the RFQ?
Yes.
Well, I hope you will be one of them. With the RFQ that went out for the OPM,
Yeah.
we received a survey, and I think you and I and Mark and Sheila completed that, and that's how Italian Bond was selected. So I'm hoping those same people will be involved, but
Right. Yeah, that's right. I remember going through that myself. All right, and so, well, yeah.
So for contract administrator, he's aware this is coming up.
I'm reading it right now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Uh,
He's them.
PFAS working group, Mark. These conversations and the groundwater conversations, the water quality conversation we had a couple weeks ago with the state of the bay, we know, or we have a pretty good idea that there's a septic. Septic was responsible for the Partridge well being down. There was a big hot spot there. It was like purple.
Not surprising.
Correct. As we go forward, I don't have the answers. I'd like to hear how we're going to address that problem that's affecting either our Partridge well, possibly, and our bay. I just think it's great that we're updating our infrastructure here for treatment. for not only PFAS, but manganese and other things. But problem's still there, still in the ground. So just I'll leave it at that for tonight, but I keep saying it. The evidence is there, and I think we need to start thinking about it.
Understood.
All right, thank
Well, I
you.
think there's also other boards and committees that are looking, I think we need to work with the community as a whole and our boards and committees. Conservation Commission has been having discussions regarding, they got the State of the Bay presentation the other night, and this is really a Board of Health issue, so we need to kind of collaborate with all of the boards, committees, and our professionals to figure out, how we, because you're right, I mean, we're treating the symptoms, but not the cause.
Right.
Yep.
And for the evaluation, interviews, and selection process, I would suggest you talk to Jim Wazalewski, because he'll be the one preparing those documents. You guys can talk to Jim.
Have these mediums been used at sources?
The filter media, the GAC?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very common. This is our most common treatment
a
method for
septic or
PFAS.
To keep it from getting into the groundwater to begin
Oh,
with?
that's a different conversation. That's a nitrogen, but I
Yeah,
don't even
no,
know
but for PFAS.
if those septic systems eliminate PFAS and PFOA. I don't know, that's a bigger conversation.
Not tonight, please.
All right.
Yeah, if you need, I'm happy to help you outside of this meeting with the
Great, thank you.
topic too.
I have a lot of questions. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So the RFQ is out. It's due the 16th. We've had a lot of interest. A lot of consultants have taken out the RFQ package. So we're looking forward to receiving them and doing the evaluation and
Okay.
the interview and so forth, and getting to the next step with having someone on
Actually, that
board.
just brought something to mind. Do you do the interview and the evaluation, or do we?
We're considered an advisor. We don't actually do the rating, but we'll prepare
Okay.
the forms. We'll help with the entire process, but we're not actually on the committee.
Oh, no, that's fine. But yeah, if you could do that, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we organize everything. We just don't.
No, you don't evaluate. That's
We
fine.
don't do the evaluation.
Okay, great. Then you don't need to talk to Jim. They're going to do it. Thank you.
All right.
Happy to help provide answers to anything else. But thank you for having us here.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for
Any
coming.
questions for
Thank you very much.
Brian or Mark or Sheila or Candace?
Let's,
No, thank you, Brian.
thank you, and let's pedal the metal.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
thank you, Candace.
Appreciate everyone's work.
Thank you very much.
For staying on top of this,
Yeah.
everybody.
Next, we'll move into some Water and Sewer Commissioner business.
Yes.
we
We
just did.
I move that the Select Board adjourn the meeting in order to meet as the Water and Sewer Commissioners with the intent of reconvening as the Select Board afterwards. Roll call vote.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the roll. Fernando?
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye?
Okay, we are the Water and Sewer Commissioners. Next, we have a public hearing, discussion and vote pertaining to lifting water restrictions presented by Mark Cloud, the Water and Sewer Superintendent. I think we
There
have
is a
a
motion.
motion to open the public
Yes.
hearing.
I move that the Water and Sewer Commissioners open the public hearing regarding lifting water restrictions. Roll call vote.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? I will call for the roll, starting with Mike.
Michael, aye?
Cindy, aye.
Amy, aye.
Brian, aye.
Nando, aye.
All right,
Start in the middle next time.
I could start. That's a good idea.
That's really too.
All right, so
That's just confusing.
this is now a public hearing regarding the water restrictions. Mr. Cloud, our Water and Sewer
Just in
Superintendent.
time for our frozen pipes.
Good evening. So the water restrictions were lifted by the state on September 29th because they lifted the drought conditions. So we'd like to withdraw all restrictions.
Okay.
So I can now water my lawn.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay!
We're going to go over tonight.
Chunk of the ice.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, consideration.
Well, let me ask this, before we lift it, is it likely we're going to impose another one in the spring?
Yes,
Can we
there's
just leave it
there's a
in place?
mandatory that starts every May.
Why don't we leave it in
Is there any
place?
reason just not to leave it in place?
Well, they're different restrictions.
This was because the drought was over.
Yeah. Okay, so we have to wait for another drought to have another, okay.
And the annual restrictions are a lot less than the drought conditions.
Okay, got it.
Oh, okay, so we're still under restrictions, just in, no. This
No.
would eliminate all restrictions. So
Yes.
you can use as much water as you want.
Make a hoggy rig.
So I think what you're kind of saying is, does it make sense to stay in a restriction?
This was related to the drought only.
So this was more severe
Okay.
than the normal?
The drought restrictions were 1 day a week,
Yeah,
and then the annual restrictions are you're allowed to water 2 days a week.
yeah, 3 days or 2 days, whatever it was, yeah, that's the
Okay.
difference.
Any questions or comments from members of the board? Any questions or comments from the public? This is a public hearing. Do we have anybody online with questions or comments? Okay, may I have a motion?
I move that the Water and Sewer Commissioners lift the water restrictions previously enacted on September the 29th, 2025. Roll call vote.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the roll, starting with Amy.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye. All right. I think that's it for that item. So now we need to close that public hearing.
Yes, I move that the Water and Sewer Commissioners close the public hearing. Roll call vote.
All right, we are closing the public
second.
hearing on, okay, on the water restrictions. We
Yes.
have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I will call for the roll, starting with Amy.
Weren't we supposed to do
Amy,
the
aye.
abatements?
I don't think it's a public hearing, though.
It's not.
No, it's
Nope.
not.
So we're just closing the public hearing.
Oh, it's just confusing. Okay.
Yep. So Amy's aye, Brian, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Michael, aye.
Cindy, aye.
All right, excellent. So we've closed the public hearing, but we are still the Water and Sewer Commissioners.
I
Next-
get it.
Next is a discussion and vote regarding abatements. This will be presented by Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud.
So the first abatement request is for 10 Roundtree. We're
one still.
requesting $616.76. And the reason for this was, for some reason, their account was not allowed, uploaded into the files to be read. So he went a period of April of '24 to July 2025. So he missed 2 reading cycles because somehow the file just didn't upload. So I had to recalculate it at the old rates, and he's still paying for all the water, but the difference would be that $616.
Okay.
801 Congress Street, requesting $12,455.
Take it home with you.
We picked up a different radio, was recorded, so when we went into the house and got a visual read, we had to recalculate the difference. 21 Ocean Road South was a similar issue, and that was $3,171. 30 Coles Orchard, when we got the read, we did it through the radio, and it picked up a different read. The difference when we went out and got the visual was $246.50. And then the last one was 23 Ocean Road South. Too many estimates, so when we finally got the right read, we were able to recalculate it at what they should have paid over that period. 7 Lugdut Ave. Same thing, radio was picking up, it's not picking up the reading after the meter was replaced. It was picking up another radio, so we had to recalculate that usage.
This is all administrative, right?
Except for the first one.
We seem to have the same problem every time we have an
Yeah.
abatement, is this freaking radios. Mark, what's going on with your radios?
We have 5,700 accounts.
5,700, okay.
Yep, and
Only
then,
got 5.
so just over time, you
Yeah.
end up finding these problems. And then we updated our software,
Right,
and that had identified a lot of different issues. And
okay.
it keeps on picking things out. And then sometimes if somebody will have a high reading, and that's when it's brought to our light, or brought to our attention, that wasn't their reading, that the radio number was entered in wrong. So we find out that they've been reading the neighbor's meter.
Right.
So sometimes it's human error by entering in the wrong number, and sometimes it's the radio making a
No, 95% of the town is automatically read through the radio, so there's no human error in that. It's more of a software issue, or the numbers could have been recorded incorrectly when they were initially installed. So this could be a problem that dates back 10, 15 years.
Okay.
Mike?
Could you help me, or could you flesh out the too many for 23 Ocean Road South? I realize you're using shorthand there. Could you just explain what happened there and why you're doing estimates and what the wrong? Just flesh it out for me, please.
So when we looked at this account, that didn't have the right reading. We weren't getting the readings right along since 2013.
Yeah.
And we keep leaving these yellow cards without any response. But then when we finally get in there, we're actually able to get a visual read and correct it.
They've been paying their bills?
They end up paying just the base fee. So even though we leave cards for them to contact us, they don't always. And then there were some years, like through COVID and stuff, that nobody wanted to go out anyhow.
So I
Right.
had
I
a
don't know,
problem
yeah.
with this last time, and, I know I was the odd person out here, but, I just feel like we all know we're using water. We all know there's a fee, and then there's a water usage on top of that. And so to just pay the base fee and to, ignore the water usage, you shouldn't get a pass all the time on this. We need people to pay for their rightful share of the water. We're seeing how much water is going to be costing us, and
So,
Well, a lot of this
Frustrating.
is us trying to clean that up and going after these people that have just been ignoring us for years. So I'll give them a high estimate, and that gets their attention, and then they welcome us into their home.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, that's a good way to do it. It's like, okay,
so you weren't just charging 23 Ocean Road South $50 for the last 12 years?
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
That's what they were paying, yeah.
I mean, like I said, we're trying to clean up a lot of these counts.
And
So-
they
so
found
basically
it.
you charge them 12, basically too much, right? And then they said, oh my goodness, and then they, okay.
Well, they do pay in the end because
Yeah.
the total usage is calculated into those tiers.
Right,
So by not paying every bill,
yeah.
they're lumping that whole sum into all
Into
four
one,
tiers.
the highest tier.
Yes.
So you finally got in there in 2025,
Yep.
gave them a huge bill.
Yep.
Okay. And what's this $2,589
for
represent?
the difference in the old water rate, this is what I objected to before. I just don't think we should incentivize not paying your bill, and that's what's happening. You're getting the old rates, where the rest of us who are paying our bills on time benefited from those old rates. We're now paying the new rates.
So we should create a
frustrating.
policy of a surcharge or a cost over and
Should be a
above, right?
penalty, there should be some type
Okay.
of, where you don't get the old rates. There's got to be something.
I hear, yes. Now
Yes.
that I've got my arms around this, I'm glad to hear that they were billed for the water usage. Is that 2,500, was that some kind of formula you tried to figure out over the 12 years and the last 6 months? Is that like some kind of fraction of?
No, I'll just take the total usage that wasn't paid
Yeah.
and plug that into our current rates.
Oh, okay. So they weren't using, presumably they were using water for the last 11 years, the 11 years before we raised the rates at the lower rate.
Yep. And then when you lump it all together, it goes right up to the higher tiers, so they are paying a surcharge.
Do they get any
in
kind
that
of
way.
an interest? Is there interest assessed on unpaid?
No.
So I think I really like to continue the conversation, maybe not tonight, but maybe we should penalize people that, even though you're getting their attention, we're giving the rebate, but the fact is that they're not paying, they know they're using water, and we're actually letting them off in a way without any penalty, right? So that's what you're asking for, Amy, right? That there should
Exactly.
be a
The town
penalty,
is
a fee.
financing their water use with no benefit.
Right.
We're losing money on
We're
it.
losing money.
The reason that you're seeing a lot of these is because we're working hard to clean up these accounts.
No,
I appreciate
I'm
that.
glad
I'm
you're
so
doing it,
glad.
Mark. I'm glad you're doing it. But you keep on you're investing your time driving over there, putting a yellow, that yellow card, and they ignore you, right? So they should pay for your time or your team's time to drive over and put that. There should be a charge, a cost.
We have a
Yep.
fee hearing next week, right?
Yeah, let's
Yep.
Put a
talk
fee in
about
there.
this,
A
because
fine.
I think there should be an interest
So
rate
they were doing this
charged
more in
on
the
unpaid.
past, we've gotten a lot more aggressive, especially with the quarterly billing and the late fees, and
Right.
so,
Put a
catch
fee
up.
in for not answering the yellow card. If you don't respond in 30 days, it's a $100 fine.
All right,
Yeah,
any,
so-
any further discussion?
Yeah, just final, Mark, the fee hearing, please put something forward, and I'm sure there'll be a receptive select board.
well, we've had a lot of success with putting in the new late fee. We've gotten a lot more attention, raising that from $10 to $25.
So we're paying
They are
that.
coming in to,
Oh, there is a late fee then?
yes.
If you have a meter,
Yeah.
Yeah.
these folks are,
Yeah, I know, so there's
they
something.
benefited from not.
Mark, go away and think about
Ducking
it.
them.
How
Yeah,
can
I
we?
would like to see an interest
Yes,
rate assessed
something.
on unpaid balance.
You'd have to talk to Mary about that.
Yeah.
All right, may I have a motion?
I move that the Water and Sewer Commissioners approve of the water abatement in the amount of $22,083.26 as presented. Roll call vote.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I will call for the roll. Mike?
Michael, I.
Cindy, aye.
Amy, aye.
Ryan, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank
I
you.
move
Mark.
that
Thanks,
the
Mark.
board,
Also, it would have to go to fiscal advisory for their recommendation before it came here.
I move that the board adjourn their meeting as Water and Sewer Commissioners and reconvene as the Select Board.
Oh, we already did that.
No,
Roll call
we came
vote.
out of, we came out of public hearing. Yep.
Okay.
Did I hear a second?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, I don't
motion
know you
and
didn't hear it,
second.
but I did say it.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none,
Thank
I
you, guys.
will call for the roll. Fernando?
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, I.
Okay, we're back as a select board. Next on our agenda is a discussion pertaining to the town hall employee survey, and this will be presented by Michael Stewart, the managing director of All One Health, and Jeannie Horn, our human resources director. Jeannie?
And
Jeannie.
Michael. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Please.
Good evening. So we are here with our EAP partner from All One Health. The EAP is the Employee Assistance Program, and with us tonight is Michael Stewart. He's been working with the town on the Town Hall and Old Town Hall employee survey, and Michael will walk us through the presentation. Mike, do you want us to bring the presentation up on our end, or do you want to share it on your end?
Maybe on your end would be better, if that's okay.
Nancy's bringing it right up, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
We heard it someplace.
You want me to get started?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Well, yeah, actually,
All right,
Michael,
so-
before you start, I just want to acknowledge the efforts of Amy and Cindy of our board in being involved in this as well, in addition to the folks at Town Hall who handled it and the folks, most importantly, who participated in it. With that
Yes.
said, Michael, go right ahead.
All right, yeah, I couldn't have done it without Amy and Cindy and Rainey and Jeannie. So, yeah, my name is Michael Stewart. I'm the managing director for All One Health Employee Assistance Program, and we're the EAP provider for Duxbury and hundreds of towns and cities across Massachusetts. We serve more than 100,000 municipal employees, and we do this in partnership with the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association. And there was no cost to the town for this survey process. In addition to core EAP services that we provide for employees, we also provide organizational services, including working with towns and cities on these types of surveys. So we're very experienced in providing these types of surveys. Beginning in the spring, we all met and had a series of meetings to create the survey process. Many meetings. We went through this very diligently. Our goal was to basically elicit employee feedback, and with the purpose of identifying opportunities to enhance the work environment. We wanted to collect feedback, and we also wanted to share the results in a very clear, transparent, and respectful manner. Again, looking at ways that we could enhance the work environment. We were very thoughtful about confidentiality, and the surveys were completed online on our platform. The survey results, what we received was processed by our company, and what we provided to the town was aggregated survey response data. Nothing identifiable to any employee was shared with the town. I want to make that very clear. It was a very confidential process. So we started the survey October 2nd. We ran it for a few weeks till the 17th. We sent out 45 surveys and received 20 back, which in our experience is a pretty good return rate. So we got about 44% back. And at the end of the process, I provided the town with 2 documents, kind of an executive summary with some recommendations, and also the this document here, which basically provides the quantitative results of each of the questions that were asked. So do we want to walk through each question? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Let's go through it, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, work environment, you know, we had, again, 20 people. Some people didn't answer all of the questions. So if you look at the math, some people, some questions were only 19. But we did identify the work environment as an opportunity for improvement. You can see here, you know, there was some positive responses, but there was also some negative responses. So this is definitely one of the areas that we've identified as an opportunity for improvement. You can see 8 out of 20 of the results were in the negative or very negative column. Same thing here on the work environment, you know, more ineffective, very ineffective responses that we want to see. So this was, again, thoughtfully discussed, and looking at communication within the organization. That's part of our plan moving forward to improve and enhance this area. You know, I thought this was, you know, again, we do this survey for not only towns and cities, but for other organizations that we provide EAP services for. I thought this was pretty encouraging. People working generally well together. Half of the people said yes, 9 said somewhat. A little bit of an opportunity for improvement, but better than we normally see. We usually see there's a lot more no answers for this question. So although work environment is definitely something that we want to work on with the town, you know, this question, you know, is better than normally what we see. Collaboration seemed largely positive. 8 strongly agree, 7 somewhat agree. There were a few disagrees, but collaboration definitely was something that we thought was on the positive end of the spectrum. Again, 13 people out of 20, or it looks like this one had 19, but 13 yeses, 2 nos, 4 somewhats. It's good to see that people were getting both positive and constructive feedback from their supervisor. Clear understanding of job duties. Honestly, I've never seen such a high rating here. 19 people said they have a clear understanding of their job duties. 1 person said somewhat. So again, we saw this as a positive sign that people really do have a clear understanding of their job responsibilities. Team environment, part of a team working toward a shared goal. You know, 14 out of 19 felt that it was always or often, which we thought was positive. 5 people said sometimes. Always an opportunity to create and to work on enhancing the work environment, which is something that we do have planned, but saw this as largely positive. Feedback from supervisor, 14 out of 19 rated it as often or always. Saw that as largely positive here, that people are getting support and feedback from their supervisor related to their job responsibilities. 17 out of 19 opportunities that challenge me to grow, develop new skills, and think critically. But saw that, again, 17 out of 19 people said that they felt that way, which we saw as a positive attribute. This is almost like a perfect bell-shaped curve where, you know, 3 people extremely likely, 3 somewhat, 9 neutrals, and then 3 and 2 unlikely. Normal, this is kind of what we normally see when we run these types of surveys.
Interesting.
And one of the questions we asked people was to rank 5 areas that we thought would help create and support the positive work environment. And in order of highest response rate, you can see is team building activities and training, stress management resources, number 2. Employee events like lunches and barbecues and potluck was number 3. Physical wellness programs 4, and reinforcing the EAP was number 5. So team building activities and training was the most highly responded to question in this area. So that's the survey, and as I understand it, that document was shared with the select board and also with employees, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we really focused on transparency in this process and making sure that people were able to see the results. And not only that, we provided an executive summary that had recommendations and planned actions. Is that a document that we want to look at as well, Jeannie?
She said yes. There's no mic.
Thank you.
We do have it. It is in the packet. Things are a little bit,
I've seen it, but now I can't find it.
I can't
You
find
want me to just read it? So
Is it in packet 1 or packet 2? I'm sorry, I just want to.
Is in packet,
I don't know.
packet 1.
So the document reads as follows. The town of Duxbury is committed to fostering a supportive, positive, and inclusive workspace. To that end, the town and All One Health, our employee assistance program, excuse me, work together to create a survey for Old Town Hall and Town Hall employees to collect honest feedback and identify opportunities to enhance our work environment. Many of you shared deeply personal and thoughtful insights, and we want to acknowledge how much that means and thank you for your trust and honesty. The EAP administered and managed the survey, collected the responses, and developed this report based on the quantitative results and qualitative comments. Together, we developed this report, the below recommendations, and planned actions following EAP's thorough and thoughtful review of the information provided by the respondents to the survey. We will continue to share updates and invite your input. Note, All One Health's EAP is a benefit offered to the towns by the town's insurance provider, MIA, and there were no additional costs to the town for the services the EPA provides. As such, this survey, management consultations, referrals, and trainings. Excuse me, such as. Number 1, the following areas were identified as positive to highly positive from the survey: collaboration, feedback, clear understanding of job responsibilities, team environment, opportunities for growth and development. Number 2, the following areas were identified as opportunities for enhancement: work environment and communication. Number 3, EAP recommendations, planned actions based on survey responses. First, employee training, building cohesion, optimizing the work environment. Additionally, it is recommended that departments talk to their teams to identify additional training topics to provide. Second, leadership training, communication and performance management, and providing feedback. Additionally, it's recommended that the leadership confer to identify any other areas of training. Thirdly, assessment of current communication processes to identify opportunities and execute plans to improve communication within the town and departments, including advance notice of major news and/or decisions to ensure transparency and preparedness. Number 4, town planned events to enhance work environment and provide opportunities for team building and building relationships between departments, including workplace lunches and other activities. Number 5, town assessment of policies and procedures related to work environment, including dress code, attendance and punctuality, and conduct related to interpersonal dynamics, with the objective of revising these policies in alignment with the survey results. Number 6, enhancing employee access to stress management resources. And number 7, to ensure the transparency of this process, the EAP has prepared a separate report that includes the quantitative survey results, which is what we just saw. And finally, we will continue to invite your input and share updates as we move forward. Thank you again for your trust, honesty, and engagement in this ongoing effort. And that was sent out to all the employees and the board as well.
Fernando.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. So I had the coffee with the select board at the, I only had one person ever turn up. And they mentioned communication. So there's at least 2 data points, the survey and made my data point. I really appreciate this work and the results and the recommendations. What would help me, and I'm not sure why, maybe it's to do with confidentiality and concern about that. I know you kept a very tight ship in terms of who got to see the written comments, but I always find I've been involved in my work environment with many surveys, right? Surveys, actually, one of them, which was the best for me, was upward feedback, where my team would provide feedback on my leadership skills. And obviously, the data was useful, but to me, more useful was actually the written comments, because they expanded on it. And I'm just wondering, is there any reason why, as a select board member, I cannot get access to the actual written comments, so that I can just basically just have a deeper understanding of the recommendations, planned actions? So communications, that's one piece of feedback I got. I think I was mentioned once about attendance, punctuality, so I'm seeing the actions there. So that's my question to, can I get to see the written comments?
And Jeannie is approaching the microphone.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Jeannie Horn, the Human Resources Director for the town of Duxbury. When we initiated the survey, we promised employees that we would do everything we could to maintain the confidentiality of the comments that they shared with us. So there is a concern that in sharing the comments, we aren't keeping that promise, and people may be inadvertently identified by their tone or the language that they use, or that the topic that they're discussing. So we assured employees that that information would be maintained in confidence.
Okay.
But that's why it was important for the EAP to be involved, because they, as a employee assistance provider, are accustomed to dealing with confidential information, and it was important to engage them on a third-party basis so that they could view the comments and understand how they fit into the quantitative results, so that all of the comments have been considered and were major factors in the recommendations that are embedded in the executive summary.
Okay, I understand that, and I'm hoping that when we do the next survey, we'll get more than 20 people if we build confidence, one, in the confidentiality, so I understand that. Maybe I can ask my fellow select board members, Amy and Cindy, I presume you saw the written comments, and can I ask you then, in the recommendations and planned actions based on the survey, you feel that the comments written are kind of reflected, that additional context, the weighty context you get with somebody taking the time to write something, are reflected in the planned actions?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. I think that when you look at the recommendations, planned actions, and how it is with employee training and leadership training, the two of them, those two at the top of the list really reflect our response to what their concerns were, along with a lot of that was, I think the town events and interdepartmental things, team building, that sort of thing. I think that everything here is addressed. I don't think there's anything that was left undone. And just follow that up, I'm just thinking here, I think, where did Jeannie? There you are. I think it would be a really good idea to do this again next year, to see how, and Michael's nodding his head too, that we're going to do these actions, these steps, and see how people are feeling in a year's time.
Yeah, I think it's really positive. If we do all this, then hopefully we will get an improved response next time. So, Amy, are you okay? I just want to get your thoughts as well.
First, I really want to thank the employees that answered. The survey, the comments that I read were thoughtful. They were personal in some cases. They were enlightening. I think, I think we absolutely should do this again. I think it should be done every year, and maybe different, if it's only available for 2 members of the board to read the comments, maybe 2 different members next year should read the comments, because I do think that's where the meat of this was. I think when you have the standard questions, you agree, you somewhat agree, you know,
Right.
you're neutral. The real meat was in the comments, and I'm disappointed that all the members can't benefit from the information that was shared by our employees. But I understand, unfortunately, I can't do anything about the open meeting laws and if it's shared amongst the board, I guess it then becomes a public record, and certainly I would not want to undermine the trust of the employees that answered. So do I think that all of the action plans based are address every issue that was brought up? Probably not, but we certainly tried. We made every effort. I think there are some things that maybe can't be completely fixed by an action plan, but I think we made every effort to address the overarching issues as best as we can, and we certainly hope, we're listening, we hear you, we're trying, and I think this is I think it was a good effort.
So Michael made the presentation. I wanted to give Jeannie an opportunity, if you'd like, to add any additional information you think we should know, and I'd like to give that opportunity to Rainey as well.
Sure. Having read the comments, I've already incorporated the comments into the work that I'm doing. And all of the employees were provided with the information that the Select Board received tonight. The employees were also invited to attend this meeting either virtually or in person, so I hope that they have. Rainey also plans to meet with employees in January, so I think thank you for acknowledging that we went as far as we could with the information that we had available to us in terms of next steps. But really, everyone has an opportunity to improve our work environment, and everyone has a part to play in that. So what Rainey plans to do in January is convene all of the employees. And Fridays now give us a great opportunity to do that, because we can all step away from our desks at the same time, so that we can have this kind of a training with both buildings. And then it's the opportunity of the employee to participate in what will be meaningful for them in the workplace. So, next year we could say in the survey, I just worry about taking away that confidentiality piece, because I think if we say we do plan to share it with the Select Board, it's going to inhibit some individuals' comfort level with responding. So I think it's opening the dialogue. It's, even if someone provided a negative comment, they followed it up with it's not a lost cause. Like, this is all fixable, and we can figure out what we need to in our workplace. So I think everyone participated in the survey in a positive way and had something to contribute. And even those who chose not to, they have their reasons, and maybe it's because they're perfectly satisfied with what they have. So who knows? But it will be an ongoing dialogue. And now we have kind of a framework that we can build upon.
Yeah. I fully understand. I had to ask that question, and I fully understand and respect that, and so that's why I asked my fellow Select Board members, and they're happy. So I'm good with that, and I think the key will then be to follow through in these actions, and then hopefully people then will say, okay, this is for real, right? I've spent some time, I've filled out this form, and I've made my comments, and yes, I've been heard. And look, there's things occurring in my workplace that is trying to make it a better place, a more fun place to work. So yeah, if we keep on doing this, I think we'll get more people, I'm hoping we'll get more people contribute to the survey, and we'll keep on building from this. So I think it's a really good outcome.
Rainey, anything to add?
Jeannie pretty much said it all. We're moving forward with stuff already, so
Yep.
All right.
it was a positive experience, and we'll make some of it happen as we can.
I have a couple things. One is, on these recommendations, who owns it, and how will we be apprised as to the status?
In terms of the recommendations, many of them begin with continuing our partnership with the EAP. So the employee training, building cohesion, and optimizing the work environment, that's something that we've already spoken to Michael Stewart about, and he's going to lead that workplace training in person. So the training will be a partnership between myself, the Employee Assistance Program, and MIA, our Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association. So I see those as HR deliverables. And communication is something that we can work on as an organization and through our department head meetings and through our existing format. So there's always room to improve communication.
Okay.
And
I
think you
think it
can.
would be useful, speaking for myself, but I'd be curious to get my colleagues' opinions, if it will be, for me, I'd like to see a check-in to us, the Select Board, on these deliverables. End of the fiscal year, beginning of next fiscal year. It gives us about 6 months to get into this and see how we're doing. It should give us an opportunity to get some traction. Two other points I just want to ask. One is on the opinions or the comments, and I appreciate the need for confidentiality, because it's all about trust at the end of the day, and if we don't have trust, then why are we doing this?
Yeah.
So I absolutely understand why we wouldn't want to make the comments publicly available. I wonder for next year if there's an opportunity for us to maybe, on the electronic form that employees are looking at, if there's a way to maybe opt in with the checkbox saying, I authorize these comments to be shared with the Select Board or something. So folks who do want us to see the comments, that we have an opportunity to do that, but I do want everybody to feel candid. So if they don't want that information to be public, for it to be held in-house like we did for this year, I just offer that as an alternative for next year. And then finally, for the 24 team members who decided not to participate, and I guess I'm looking more to Michael on this one, given that you've been through a lot of these. How should we as a Select Board interpret that? Is that something where we just need to build trust with this first year as an example to say, hey, look, this is worth participating in. Look what they did the first year. I realize you're never going to get 100%. Like Fernando, I've done these multiple times in the private sector, and you never have 100% engagement. But when you've got the trust, you get more involvement, and the more involvement we have, the better we can do as a town. So given that we aren't quite at the 50% mark first time out, can you give us some thoughts as to how we as a board should interpret that, and how we can improve participation as we do it again next year?
Yeah, a great question. We typically see, a 25 to 30% return rate, and I don't know why. It's when we really were diligent. It was 12 questions. We reiterated in our communication with employees. Very quick survey. I think the average was, like 2 or 3 minutes to complete the survey. So, but I agree with your point. If people see that we've shared the results and that we've followed up with concrete, tangible actions to make the work environment, to improve communication, that next time around we may see better results. I don't know what it is, why people, opted not to complete the survey. It was a very easy format to use. We did everything we could to get as close to 100% participation as possible. But we would expect that next time around, if we follow through, which we will, on the recommendations and planned actions, that we would see a better turnout. But I would say, in fairness, I think we got the theme, so we got the information that we needed to move forward. And if 40 people out of 45 complete the survey, I don't know if the results would be any different, to be honest with you. I think, the survey served its purpose. We identified some opportunities for improvement. And I did want to comment, I will be customizing the training content, and we will make sure that all of the qualitative and quantitative feedback is included in the training. So even though not all the information is there, we will be incorporating that into the training to make sure that it really does hit the points that people made, both quantitatively and qualitatively.
Thank you. And I'll just reiterate, our people are our greatest asset here in town, and they're the ones who provide the terrific service that our residents deserve. So this is an important component of maintaining that. And I want to thank Jeannie Rainey for
Can
doing
I
the...
add something before we wrap?
Well, I'm not wrapping up just
Okay,
yet. I'm going to
okay,
give you an
good.
opportunity. I want to thank Rainey and Jeannie for leading the internal efforts, and Michael for helping us out with the third-party distance that we need to make this to be successful, and of course to Cindy and Amy for being our liaisons here from the board to show, I think it's demonstrating from the board level, literally, that we do care about everybody who works in town, and that we want them to like where they work and like the work that they do. With that, Amy, you had a comment.
I just wanted to address, you had a question about the level of participation, and I think I would be, I think it's important to say that the survey unfortunately had a bit of a glitch at the start, and even though we promoted this as an anonymous, we would keep your name confidential. Somehow there was a bit of a glitch when it first went out, and the surveyor's personal information was asked for. And there was a significant pushback by the employees. They said, wait a minute, this is supposed to be an anonymous thing. What do you mean you're asking for my name and the email address? So I think, we that
Fixed it.
It was an error on somehow, and it got corrected, and it went out again. In a different format, not asking for that personal information, and whether that resulted in a bit of a loss of trust or confidence, I'm concerned about. So I think, I want to acknowledge that was a glitch, that was an error, that was not intentional, and as we move forward, and I think, this board I'm hearing that they would like to continue to do these,
Yep.
that won't happen again, and that I think your idea of having a checkbox, if you'd be willing to share your comments, is a great comment, is a great suggestion moving forward. And I also would hope that we would allow the comments to be a little bit, there was, apparently in the survey there was a cutoff, after a certain amount of characters, you were restricted. So maybe a little bit, more opportunity for the comments the next time around would be advised as well. But I just wanted to acknowledge that in full disclosure.
They may have been cut off, but they still had a fairly good amount of space in order to, it wasn't just a sentence or two. And the other thing I wanted to say is that even those people that did not reply will certainly benefit from what's going to be happening.
Yep.
So whether, which way they agreed or what the concerns were all over the place, all over the board. And so, I think that, everybody's going to benefit.
Excellent. Any other comments, questions? So we've got something important in motion here. Thanks again, Amy and Cindy in particular, for keeping the fire lit under this, and we've got an action plan.
We do.
So thank you all, and then we'll check in 6 months.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Jenny.
Appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item has been canceled. The town clerk, unfortunately, is sick tonight, so she won't be joining us. So we took that off. We'll put that on in January, Randy, I think?
Yeah, I'll talk to her.
Okay, great. So next is discussion and vote to conduit petition request from Eversource Temple Street and Duxboro Trail, presented by Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We received a petition from NStar Electric, doing business as Eversource Energy, the petitioner, for the following: Temple Street and Duxboro Trail, plus or minus 1,427 feet of 2 2-inch conduit and 5 splice boxes. This construction is necessary to upgrade existing equipment and install new equipment to improve reliability. We had a hearing on Wednesday, the 3rd, here in the Mural Room. Notifications were sent to the abutters. We did the legal notice, and the memo to the board and the corresponding documentation are all attached with a motion below.
Any questions? I see there's minimal driving surface disturbance. Most of the excavation is in the dirt as opposed to in the road, which I appreciate.
These are buried utilities, so this bounces right back to what you were talking about a couple weeks ago.
I love it, and maybe we'll,
Yeah, but these must have already been underground utilities, and they're just updating them, but, you know,
Right.
can be done.
yeah, and
And it should be done.
it's probably, I mean, some of these, hopefully it leads to getting power back up when there is a loss of power out there too, on Temple Street. And is Duxboro Trail a public way? I know Temple Street is, but,
I would think so.
I believe it is.
I think so.
I think so.
okay, just curious.
All right, any questions, comments? May I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board authorizes the order to install 1,427 feet of plus or minus of 2-2-inch conduit and 5 splice boxes on Temple Street and Duxboro Trail as presented, along with the conditions presented by Sheila Skarsky, Director of Public Works, and the NStar Electric DBA Eversource Energy contact the Duxbury Department of Public Works at least 48 hours prior to the commencement of the project.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Next is discussion and vote pertaining to conduit petition request from Eversource on Powder Point Avenue. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We received a petition from NStar Electric, doing business as Eversource Energy, for a proposed handhold 7/H30 and plus or minus 40 feet of 1 3-inch conduit on Powder Point Avenue. The construction is necessary to provide underground electric service for customer at 213 Powder Point Ave. Again, we had an administrative hearing right here in this room at 9:15 on Wednesday the 3rd. Notifications were sent to the abutters by certified mail. We did the legal notice published in the Duxbury Clipper, and you have a memo to the board and corresponding documentation with the proposed motion below.
Cindy.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's no cost to the town for this.
Any cost to the town
For what?
for this work?
No,
Handhold.
Whatever the handhold is, but,
no, these are all private projects, no.
Okay.
so these are
thank you.
private, but Powder Point Ave doesn't, are there utilities buried there?
No, they're
No,
going
no.
to be, I think
So
you were
this is a
away for
new-
this one.
Okay,
No.
it must have been.
Yeah, you were away for this one. There's a,
This is
That
the
was
second
odd.
time we're hearing this, huh?
yeah. There's somebody on, was it Russell? Is that what it is? What is
I don't
the,
know, but I
that wants
just,
it buried in front of his house and he's paying for it?
yeah, which makes sense.
Okay, so if
Any-
you can't get the utility company to do it, you can pay for it yourself, is what this guy's,
guess
okay,
so,
all
yeah.
right, I got it, thank you.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions? May I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board authorizes the order to install proposed handhold 7/H30 and 40 feet plus or minus of 1 3-inch conduit on Powder Point Avenue as presented, along with the conditions presented by Sheila Skarsky, Director of Public Works, and that NorthStar Electric DBA Eversource Energy contact the Duxbury Department of Public Works at least 48 hours prior to the commencement of the project.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Town Manager's report. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of quick updates for you. As you had mentioned earlier regarding the Jaycox Tree Farm, Conservation Administrator Nancy Rufo provided me with the following information pertaining to this past weekend's Christmas tree sales event, which is the annual sale at the Jaycox Tree Farm was a tremendous success with 166 trees being sold this past Saturday and Sunday. The Conservation Department would like to thank the many workers and volunteers who contributed, especially the Conservation Land Management Assistant Mike DiVirgilio, the Duxbury DPW, and with special thanks to Jim Savonin and tree managers Phil Benjamin and Tom Farrell. The proceeds from the sale will support the ongoing operation of the 3-acre town-owned farm. They look forward to seeing everyone again in December 2026.
So there are a lot of smiling faces there. It's a great opportunity. Great organization.
I will say especially those folks with the saw were hustling. I mean, he was moving around there. Yeah, it was great. We get our tree there every year, and
cool.
it's a nice memory.
Yeah. A lot of families out there.
Last week, I received notification that the town's Municipal Commission on Disabilities, which is chaired by Human Resources Jeannie Horn, Human Resources Director Jeannie Horn, that the town of Duxbury's application for the FY26 Municipal ADA Improvement Planning Grant Program was approved by the Mass Executive Office of Administration for up to $79,700. These funds will be used to engage consultants to guide the town through the process of auditing our facilities, opening open spaces, and evaluating our programs, services, and communications, including digital spaces to include public input about the town's accessibility and compliance with the ADA. Those findings will be used to plan and develop staff trainings and updates to the town's Americans with Disabilities Act self-evaluation and transition plans to become more accessible and compliant. So thank you, Jeannie, for getting us $80K.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeannie.
Thanks, Jeannie.
Update on the Veterans Affairs Office. I received an email from our
Oh, I'm
veterans.
sorry. Can I stop you for a second? Before, just a question that popped into my mind as we're talking about the grant. Does that have to be paid to outside vendors, or is that something we can use internally for staff time for similar activities? In other words, if it's something we can do in-house, can we use the grant funds, do you know, or do we have to hire somebody outside?
The grant application indicated that we would hire a consultant to assist.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I received an email from our Veterans Affairs agent, Sarah Lansing, with an update on her office. Our Veterans Affairs office will be located in the Duxbury Free Library. The office computer, phone, email, and other items are being moved over from the Senior Center to the library, and at the moment, all Duxbury appointments are being held in the Kingston office. The Veterans agent will be in Duxbury on Tuesdays and Thursdays with specific office hours are being worked out right now, and we will be updating the Duxbury website with this information once it's been finalized. At the moment, to schedule an appointment, the number is 781-585-0515, extension 6203, which is the Kingston office. Or you can use the main email address for the Kingston Duxbury Veterans agent, which will be veterans@kingstonma.gov. We're happy to welcome back Sarah to Duxbury and look forward to our partnership with Kingston.
So the state signed off. That's
Oh, yeah.
what we were waiting for.
I'd given you guys notice of that a month ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
That's okay.
Great. Well, when we welcome Sarah back, this is terrific. She's a rock star, as I've said a million times.
Yep. Yeah, we're
It's
glad
good
to have her.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Powder Point Bridge update. Last week, I had an opportunity, as Brian had mentioned briefly earlier, to meet with Alicia Babcock, Frank Geisel, Sheila Scarzi, Charles Barnes from SGH, whose firm has overseen the bridge repair project for the past 5 years, Mary McKinnon, and Brian Glennon. The purpose of the meeting was to review a proposed scope of services that was provided to our office by Alicia from Wood Research and Development, from Dr. Dan Tingley, that would ultimately be presented to the board as a gift to the town. That scope of services was for the purpose of having WRD perform a series of tests to determine if repairs could be made to the existing bridge or if a wood replacement was a possibility. Prior to that meeting and before authorizing any inspection to be conducted by WRD, I forwarded the proposed scope to Mass DOT in addition to the DPW director and SGH for their comments. I explained that the fees for this inspection would be paid by way of donations to be gathered by the resident and not the town. During the course of our discussions, we reviewed the concerns that had been raised and came to a point where we agreed that further clarity was needed from Marco Pereira at Mass DOT. Sheila and I had the opportunity to speak with Marco and ask the question that the group had agreed upon, which was, will Mass DOT consider an alternative, i.e. wood, for construction of the Powder Point Bridge, including the pilings? This is the response which I sent out to the group. The short answer is no. The reason is due to the inconsistent lifespan performance of wood, particularly in its inability to reliably last 75 to 100 years as required by the Federal Highway Administration and Mass DOT. As he explained, sometimes some piles will last a long time, and in some cases, other piles will not last a long time. Thus, wood pilings cannot be counted on. The reason the last bridge, prior to the late 1980s fire, lasted so long was because those pilings likely had been treated using harsh chemicals such as creosote or other materials that are no longer allowable for use due to a number of environmental factors. In order to meet the state and federal lifespan objective, which is 75 to 100 years, they cannot use wood pilings for the Powder Point Bridge since the outcome in using wood is not in line with that requirement. We also asked what it would take to convince Mass DOT to consider building an entirely wood structure. Marco stated that we would not be able to convince either Mass DOT or the federal government to use wood because it would not meet the longevity standards. If the town were to pursue building a new wooden bridge with its own funding, that bridge would still need to meet many modern requirements, such as safety, for example, crashworthiness, among other standards. He also indicated that any repair work that required dewatering with cofferdams would likely require significant environmental permitting that could possibly make such repair work infeasible, although he would defer to environmental permitting agencies on that. Given this information and the associated variables, including but not limited to the costs to the town, coupled with the board's previously expressed intent on moving forward with the Mass DOT project as currently contemplated, we don't see a need for discussion at the board level pertaining to the advancement of the proposal as suggested in the WRD scope of services. And so that's where we had left that.
Can I ask a couple of questions on this? Because
Yeah.
I know you had brought this up as well. And yes, I as a member voted to move forward with the DOT because we don't know what their design, what their plan is. I think we all agreed to move forward with information gathering on any, options, just to, gather information so that, the residents who will make the ultimate decision here can rule in or rule out wood or some kind of faux wood or, what. So I don't understand why we would limit the information gathering that we were all committed to.
And you did vote that, and I will tell you, it's because it's not feasible. We had Alicia had approached us asking if she could come forward and present a scope of services and gift to the town this scope. You'll read in there the analysis as to why it's not a good idea. It's in great detail. In fact, perhaps the most telling part was the opinion offered by SGH, who is the engineer of record on this project. We agree that the described inspection scope of work would be necessary to determine a larger scope of work for a long-term
What page
repair.
are we on? This is the first time I'm seeing any of
It's
this.
because I just handed it to you. It's okay, that's why I gave you a copy, so you could take a look at it and then reflect upon it. So if you look at the 4th page, top paragraph, we agree that the described inspection scope of work would be necessary to determine a larger scope of work for a long-term repair of the existing bridge, and this is where it gets important. However, there will be significant costs associated with such a repair plan, including life cycle replacement evaluations. A repaired bridge would not have the design life of a new bridge, and this is the ultimate point. If there is no likelihood that the town would be willing to undertake this cost, then we don't see the benefit of performing this study. So with that information, in addition to the information that Sheila had provided in her analysis of the scope, we decided to meet to see if it was necessary to come before the board for further action. Upon meeting, we found that it was not necessary to do so, based on what I had just told you in my report. So we have exhausted the question of whether or not wood is feasible and found that it will not meet Mass DOT or Federal Highway Administration longevity life cycle issues, 75 to 100 years.
What
It
if
simply
that's
won't.
the only, what if that's what the residents ultimately, I mean, regardless of funding, so, you know, if we can't, if the town residents won't agree to a bridge that is steel and concrete completely and doesn't
Yeah.
include wood, the town isn't going to, where does that leave us? I
Well,
mean, it's.
It would be, I think, premature to say that we're not going to agree to something that we haven't yet seen, because the first unveiling of whatever it is they're proposing doesn't come until January.
So we haven't seen what DOT,
No,
but we
it-
also haven't heard what a possible wooden bridge could be, or if that's even a possibility. And I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
That the Mass DOT won't approve that
No.
funding. They won't approve
They
paying
will not
for it
fund a
or
wooden
build it
bridge.
or-
Yes.
Right. But shouldn't the
Taxpayers on the hook.
residents at least have the information that, okay, if you're not going to agree with DOT that will build at no cost a concrete and steel bridge that looks like this, then the alternative is, you know, there's a company here that can build a wooden bridge. Here are the problems with it, here's the cost, and here are the benefits. Again, it's an information gathering exercise at this point to give residents all of the information necessary to make that decision. I mean, the costs associated with that, I don't know what they are, and it frightens me, but we don't know what we don't know.
You're right, and that's a tautology. We don't know what we don't know. So with that, what we do know is that we have the opportunity for a $171 billion bridge in which we've all had a hand in talking to the architect to see what they come up with for a design. Then on the opposite side, we have the idea, and by the way, then in the middle, we have the board voting to move forward with that process. And the caveat is, if we're not pleased with it and we don't think that they're sensitive to the historical nature of it, you could also vote to pull the trigger on a Section 106 review, if in fact you don't like the way the direction's going. Further, you can also hire a consultant to do that if we can find the funding to do so. So you've got those three things in your favor, and those are excellent positions to have. But on the other side, we have one expert who is claiming that wood is the only way to go, while the state and the feds are telling you, no, you can go that way, but you won't have $171 million to build a bridge. And then you'll
I
hear,
understand. I
you'll
get
hear
that.
about the cost will be less, but in discussing that with the engineer of record and Mass DOT, it's a fantasy to think that.
I'm looking through the packet, Rennie, and I can't find the comment. Let me see here. Is it Charles Barnes?
Yeah.
Okay, with a format. Okay, so I've got to read through that.
Yeah.
I think that we have the opportunity of having this information for what you all did. We're going to see the proposed bridge that DOT is putting forth
Next month.
in January.
When is it, in January?
In January, yeah.
And I know that the bridge committee, what's your
Powder Point Bridge
official name?
Advisory Committee, yeah.
Advisory committee has asked for a whole bunch of waivers, thank you, was blanking on the word, of waivers. And so I'm happy to see what they come up with. And then, as you said, if we don't like it, then we could get this. We could still,
Yep.
get this
We
sort
could.
of a review or something. But, I'm sort of hard pressed to think that if we can get something close to what we want and they'll pay for it.
No, I don't disagree. I'm just looking for information. I just
Oh,
want to
sure.
know what all of the options are. I think that's my only goal here. I have absolutely no,
Yep.
I'm not leaning in any, I can't imagine having a complete, concrete but,
I don't think
I don't know what, I have to see that option as well. And I did back, and I apologize that I missed a meeting or two, but at some point we learned that there was a checkbox on the original application that did not signal, it said it wasn't historical or something. Did that get resolved, or did that get
Yeah,
corrected?
God, what was his name? He was at our meeting.
Frank?
Frank had mentioned that, but I don't know that it was germane to the issue. I don't think it was enough to stop the project. The historical question, I thought, had already been asked and answered.
Well, I thought that it came to light that could have been a possibility as to why the bridge was deemed non-historic, because I think that we all think, what? How can that be? Well, could it possibly have been as simple as somebody didn't check a box on a form, which is what we had heard. So
Yeah.
I had hoped that might have
We
been.
had also heard that the historic nature was determined based on the calendar year in which it was built, and it wasn't 50 years.
Let's do this. We have, the Mass DOT is going to make a presentation to us next month.
Yeah.
We need to hear that. While this is not an agenda item, Alicia, you've been kind enough to stick around. Without getting into a discussion about, hold on a second, hold on.
yeah.
Without getting into a discussion about it, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to anything that Rainey brought up in terms of the meeting, just to make sure we're all clear.
Yeah.
I was there, so I know what happened, but if there's anything you'd like to share about the meeting and why why we ultimately didn't include it on tonight's agenda for a more detailed discussion.
Sure. So I agree with Amy in the sense that we owe it to the town. We owe it to all 5 of you. You're going to be making a pretty heavy decision, and I think any information is helpful. And this is a really important piece of the history of this town. And having that box not checked and not having the form filled out in kind to the previous forms that had been filled out for the prior restoration, it is an oversight. And I just would like to, I would just like to read my response to that. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read that, but I did say that, it's disappointing that the response from DOT was as expected. Their reasons are not in line with what timber experts suggest as the best long-term solution that also meets the 75 to 100-year requirement for restoring our timber bridge. We realize that to engineers that specialize in steel and concrete, this does not seem possible. But with modern advancements in timber construction, it's actually the most economical, environmentally friendly, with no creosote, which has not been proposed, and reliable solution. The data that DOT cites for wood failure is the result of antiquated design and maintenance practices that allow water infiltration and decay. When timber is designed and maintained properly, it outperforms steel and concrete in a maritime environment, which is why it has become the preferred material. Unfortunately, we still do not have an understanding of all of our options without thoroughly considering what the timber recommendations and the associated costs are, including a maintenance plan. Without that data, it would be impossible to analyze. We hope that the town will reconsider accepting the $25,000 gift for WRD to inspect the bridge, submit a report, and make a presentation to the Select Board. That's what I wrote in response. When we were at the meeting, SGH actually did comment at one point on the cost and how much less expensive it is to build with timber. In fact, at one point he said we could build 2 timber bridges for that. But based on the rough numbers that Frank and I have calculated with
the Tingley Group, a restored bridge could be somewhere in the vicinity of $25 million, which I know is very hard to believe. But it not only doesn't close the bridge down for 5+ years, it's used, it's open, it's done off-site, it's done quickly. And, you know, in that light, we could have 6 wooden bridges. And repairs and maintenance going forward are quite economical, surprisingly so. And so that's why we feel very passionate about bringing this information to the town. Again, it doesn't mean that that is endorsed, but we just think that because the bridge is so loved, not just by Duxbury, but by many across the country, that it deserves to have that analysis done.
All right. I appreciate that. And again, since it's not an agenda item, I just want you to have an opportunity to respond to Rainey about the meeting. What I'd like to do at this point, in terms of our agenda items, and this issue in particular, is to not act on anything at the moment.
It's town manager report, right?
This is town manager's report.
I'm just telling you what we did.
No, but in terms of us, yeah, right, not act on anything in particular, but to have an opportunity to see what Mass DOT has to propose, and potentially leave this option open for revisiting for the reasons that were discussed before, like the, historical issue. So anyway, thank you for all of your advocacy on this. It's very important to all of us.
Okay.
It is important, and
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I don't know whether the gift expires or it can't, but I think we're going to want this information at some point. It's going to be helpful, so I don't know why we're waiting.
All right. Rainey, anything else in the town manager's report? Okay. Great. Thank you, Alicia.
Cindy and I are getting ready to leave here.
All right, next is
You and I are getting ready to leave.
Cindy's leaving.
a one-day liquor license request, January 9th, 2026, artist reception, Bumpus Gallery at Duxbury Library.
Got so many pieces of paper. Here we go.
From David Murphy.
So, did we offend Cindy or what?
She has a early morning appointment.
She's out of here. I move that Mr. David Murphy, as a representative of the Helen Bumpus Gallery, is granted a one-day wine and malt license to hold an artist reception on Friday, January 9th, 2026, from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Helen Bumpus Gallery, 77 Alden Street, subject to the conditions of the license.
Any discussion? We have a motion and second. Hearing no discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries 4-0. We have 2 event permits. First is the Duxbury Education Foundation Polar Plunge on New Year's Day.
I move that Ms. Sherry Hussar, as a representative of the Duxbury Education Foundation, is granted permission to hold a polar plunge on Thursday, January the 1st, 2026, beginning at 10:30 a.m. Registration to approximately 12 p.m. in the resident lot at Duxbury Beach as described in the application materials and contingent upon the conditions of the permit.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries 4-0. And next is another polar plunge for 2 days later by it's a fundraiser for M. Straub.
I move that Ms. Tracy Grady, as a representative of the Madison Straub Memorial Scholarship Foundation, is granted permission to hold a polar plunge event on Saturday, January the 3rd, 2026, beginning at 9 a.m. to approximately 12 p.m. in the resident lot at Duxbury Beach as described in the application materials and contingent upon the conditions of the permit.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? If you want to do 2, you can do 2 this year.
Yeah, for people who survived the first, they can go to the next one.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries 4-0. Next, we have minutes, and I note that I had made some proposed edits that I submitted to Nancy, and she circulated those back to everyone this morning. So you will see in your inboxes from 8-something this morning,
Yep.
revised minutes, and that's what we're voting on.
Yeah, I saw them, yep. I move to approve the 12/1/25 Select Board Executive Session Minutes regarding King Caesar Matter 2025 brackets BF close brackets. The contents remain sealed due to medical confidentiality as amended. Mike, please abstain.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any discussion on the executive session minutes? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All is in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstentions? 301. Open session for December 1st. Mr.
I
Guitar.
move that the Select Board approves the December 1st Select Board open session minutes as presented and as amended. Mike, please abstain.
Okay. We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All is in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstention? 301. Announcements, Mr. Guitar.
Powder Point Bridge closure. Beginning on Monday, December 8th, 2025, the Powder Point Bridge will be fully closed in order to facilitate the repairs. The bridge will remain closed to motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists throughout construction. Please note, the contractor will be utilizing the west parking lot located off Powder Point Avenue for staging of materials and equipment. For the safety of all, please respect the limit of the bridge closure and staging area. Construction is anticipated to take approximately 2 to 3 months, with the bridge slated to reopen in late February, early March 2026. The DPW and contractor will make every effort to expedite construction and reopen the bridge as soon as possible. Please visit the Public Works webpage for update. Second announcement, holiday gift wrapping services at the Senior Center. Monday, December 8th, Wednesday, December 10th, Thursday, December 16th, and finally, Wednesday, December 17th, from 3 to 6:30 p.m. at the center. You can get your gift wrapped.
Well, that's cool.
Instead of payment, we're asking for donations of toilet paper, toothbrushes and toothpaste, canned goods, or non-perishable food items. Your generosity will go directly to support local families this holiday season.
Excellent.
I think that's
The
a great
next-
thing.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you.
Then finally, the next scheduled Select Board meeting will be on Monday, December 15th, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. in the Mural Room.
I just note one other announcement that I don't see on your sheet, but it came out on the town's website today. 2026 dog licenses will be available starting on December 15th, so watch out for that. Great. Anybody have any other announcements to
I
add?
move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries 4-0. We're adjourned.
I've never
everybody.
seen you guys so ready to